Chair Berman. Here. Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Vice Mayor Niss. 4 present.
Thank you very much. And the first item on the agenda is oral communications, which is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to any item not on the agenda. Have we received any cards? No. So then we'll go ahead and move to the agenda items. And the first item on the agenda is acceptance of the retiree healthcare plan GASB 45 actuarial valuation as of June 30th, 2013.
Hey, John.
And I imagine Steph has a presentation.
Good evening, Chair Berman. Yes, we do. Actually, we have a presentation by Mr. John Bartel. This is actuary for retiree healthcare. And as we're loading the PowerPoint for him, he'll give a presentation first. You received the City Manager's report last week Thursday in your packet regarding the retiree healthcare evaluation. We do this on a biannual basis, so it's just the one for fiscal year 15 and 16, based on data effective June 30th, 2013. And with this, I'm going to pass it over to John.
So the PowerPoint is on its way, right?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe while we're waiting for the PowerPoint to load, there are 2 things I wanted to say really before we get going. Thing number 1 is I try to say this every time I talk to council or a committee, and that is it's absolutely my honor to be meeting with you folks. Sometimes when I say it, it sounds a little trite. I don't mean it by any stretch of the imagination to be trite. I absolutely mean that. That's thing number 1. And thing number 2 is, with your permission, and at the risk of getting myself in serious trouble, I'd like to set a ground rule. And the ground rule is, please interrupt me as we go. My recollection is those of you folks that I met before, I don't remember you as being particularly bashful, so I think that might be a safe ground rule. But it will be much more valuable if you all interrupt. There is some information here that I'm going to go through relatively quickly, but slow me down if I'm going too fast. So are we good? Are we good to go?
No, yeah, we're still checking. I think, yeah. I believe council members, you do have the presentation as a hard copy.
Is that in that's in that place's packet?
No, it should be a separate presentation.
Should look something like this.
Yeah, we've got it.
Like this.
Oh.
Is it part of the...
Oh, sorry.
It is not part of the City of Palo Alto presentation. It's a separate one, and it looks like this with John Bartel's logo on it.
Does anybody see that?
It's our logo.
Nope.
I don't think we have it.
Nope.
While he does that, Mark, could I ask if we could maybe...
Might as well take advantage of our
frame
time.
on this?
Sure.
So as you go along, because you know there are many actuarial companies out there and so forth, your company has been working with the city for quite a while. But as you talk about this today and you're going into, my favorite thing is called, what was that? Mortality improvement.
Mortality improvement. I'll be happy to.
But as you talk about subsidies and other ways that
Yes.
this is becoming more costly, could you weave into that how this might have been approached any differently and why you approached it the way you did?
Yeah. Let me.
I mean, just weave it in. You don't.
Yeah. So there really are two issues where we are recommending changes that increase the liability. So let's talk about mortality improvement first. Ever since I've been doing this work for a long time, ever since I've been doing it, it goes something like this. We do an actuarial study and we discover, people are living longer. So we improve the mortality rates to take that into account. Then we do our next study and we go, people are living longer. So we adjust the mortality rates to take that into account. And then we do our next study, and you can kind of see the pattern here. And so what happened somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 or 4 years ago, there was an actuarial standard of practice that said actuaries really need to do one of two things. You raise your hand and you say you think mortality will not continue to improve, in which case you don't have to take it into account, or you say you think it's going to improve, in which case you do have to take it into account. You may or may not be aware that CalPERS relatively recently adopted changes which will increase the city's pension contributions. By and large, what they are doing is what we have recommended, and that is take into account, anticipate future mortality improvement. So it's in terms of order of magnitude, the best way to think of this is if you're 60 years old today, you might have a life expectancy for a man in the neighborhood of 82 and a half, something like that. The person who's going to be 60 years old 10 years from today might be a little longer, about half a year longer. Person who's going to be 60, 20 years might be another half a year. So it's not that we're expecting everybody to live to be 100. We are expecting mortality to just sort of gradually improve, with the bigger improvement happening for the people who are 25 today, as opposed to the people who are 85 today. So we've built that into the numbers. We recommended that in the prior evaluation. The council decided not to take our recommendation. We are recommending it again. So because we're kind of persistent, stubborn might be the right term. We think that's absolutely the right approach, by the way.
So I'm going to suggest,
Yep.
So we have two sets. Will you share with Liz, and we're going informal again tonight? Why don't we go ahead and get started, because
Okay.
there's a lot on the agenda. And so we have
Great.
two slide decks up here, and my understanding is more are being printed, and I'm not sure what's going on with.
Is it going to be up here too?
What's going on up here? Yeah, okay.
We're working on the screen.
Yep. Thank you. So hopefully we'll be up and running up there soon, but might as well get started.
No, ma'am.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
So some of this information I'm going to go through relatively quickly, but again, if you want me to slow down and go through it in detail, I'm more than happy to do that. Really, the first 3 slides go through the summary of the city's benefits. You all have sort of a what I'll refer to as a relatively complicated benefit structure. You have benefits that are different based on bargaining group, based on when they retire, based on when they're hired. And so we've split it into the way I think, generally speaking, you all refer to it as the Group 1 and Group 2. Those are different based on retirement date, with the Group 1 benefits being the full premium, if you will. Group 2 is same as above, but the premiums are limited a little bit. And then what I'll refer to as Group 3, you have no active employees that are in Groups 1 or Group 2. They've all retired. Group 3, what you have is you have benefits that are again tied to premiums, but limited based on caps. And then the Group 4 category falls into what I refer to as the state vesting schedule, where an individual becomes 100% vested in the benefit with 20 years of total CalPERS service with a minimum of 5 years of city service. So we could go through that detail, but that's what you have. And then you have recently negotiated with SEIU on slide 3. Oh.
It's coming up.
Great. It's up there. Oh, great. Thank you very much. So slide 3 describes the SEIU benefit that you all had negotiated.
One moment for technical difficulties.
Nope, no problem. I understand technical issues extremely well, just so you know.
Yeah. But we'll keep on going. We can look up here or down here.
Very good.
Thank you.
So slide 3 is you all negotiated benefits for SEIU that are limited to the fixed dollar cap. Okay. And
we're fully functioning. So,
pardon me?
So we're fully functioning. So from now on, any confused looks have solely to do with the data and nothing to do with the technology. So slide 4 is actually where the conversation becomes a little more interesting. Historically, agencies that participate in CalPERS medical, referred to as PEMCA, the OPEB liability is tied to the premium that is paid. There is a actuarial standard of practice that allowed actuaries to basically say if you have a group of folks who participate in a very large medical plan and those folks are not big enough, the population is not big enough to drive the cost of the plan, then what you use to determine the liability or the premiums. There's a revision to that actuarial standard of practice that requires that we no longer value using the premiums. And the best way to think of it is to look at that. It's a simplistic graph on slide 4. It's something, the older I get, I understand this extremely well. The older you are, the more you go to the doctor, the more it costs to provide those benefits. Well, under CalPERS, the premium for the 60-year-old is the same as the premium in the same plan for a 25-year-old. And so what that really means is the premium for the 60-year-old is not sufficient to cover their expected claims, but the premium for the 25-year-old is more than sufficient. So there is a subsidy, premiums paid for young, generally speaking, active employees help pay for the medical benefits for older, generally speaking, retirees. And so that difference between the expected claims and the premiums is referred to as the implied subsidy. So in this simple little graph, it's the difference between the line that's sloping up and the premium line. My colors are not very good. The flat line, I think, is a green line. The sloping up is blue. And so we have now included, because the actuarial standard of practice is requiring us to do so, an increase in the liability for the difference between those expected claims and the premium. So it's kind of like, the best way to describe this is pretend for a moment, you don't do this obviously, but pretend for a moment you gave everybody who retired a car, every active employee a car. The car that you give actives is a Chevy Nova. The car you give retirees is a Cadillac. And then you allocate the costs so that the cost of those two cars are the same. What this is really saying is you have to value the benefits that are being provided. So your liability has popped up a lot
because of that change. On the other hand, when we get to the numbers, your liability has come down quite a bit. Why did it come down? It came down because CalPERS restructured their premiums. So those two things don't exactly offset each other, but they very, very closely offset each other.
So on the implied subsidy, is it accurate that if we were to end the program today and still have to eventually cover everybody in the program, then we would have this amount of deficit?
Yeah, that's right.
But we only have that deficit if we were to end the program, or some fraction of that deficit if over time we were to reduce the number of incoming employees versus outgoing ones.
So I hate to give you an answer like this. I'll apologize in advance. Theoretically, you're absolutely right. The standard, though, doesn't let us doesn't let us do the calculation that way. It requires us to take into account in calculating the implied subsidy the demographics of all of PEMCA, all of CalPERS Medical.
So I wasn't asking whether you had prerogative.
Yeah.
I was just trying to frame what's the reality of when we say we have this deficit, what does it mean? Is it,
yeah.
And in one sense, as you were saying, these are the rules that now exist, but I just want to make sure we also understand what's the implication of that. And it's I think is
Yeah.
it correct as I described it?
No, I think that's a very good description of it.
Okay.
And what I would tell you, though, is sometimes we start thinking about stuff from a theoretical standpoint. I'm more guilty of that than probably anybody else in the room. But the fact of the matter is, this is almost certainly going to be some sort of ongoing benefit, and it's it's kind of like this. Again, this is a crummy analogy, but heaven forbid my wife and I have a kid today, and we think that kid is going to go to college. And so we couldn't really say, well, if we end the college program, you're going to be on your own. So it's theoretically you can go, well, they're 10 years old and they've earned so much benefit towards college, we're going to stop it. So you can have that conversation, but remembering that there is some reality that comes in here.
Well, actually, the reality that I would say is that we're always going to have these rolling people coming into a program.
Yeah.
If we continue to grow in population, then actually we'll have, over a long period of time, more new employees than outgoing employees. So rather than there being that point in time where we would have a deficit that would have to suddenly be funded, we actually have that rolling process that to some degree may actually favor the retirees. But on the other hand, at the present time,
yeah.
It's properly defined as this implied subsidy as part of a unfunded liability.
Yeah, the other comment that I would make is this city is becoming more and more mature, and we're going to see that when we look at the active population and the relationship between the active population and the retiree population. In fact, if we can go to slide 5.
You say the city, did you mean the city workforce?
City workforce.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Both may be true. I just want to make sure I understand.
If you take a look at slide 5, the active population in the prior valuation, a little over 900 folks, about 950 in the June 3013 valuation. If you could go one And so if you take a look at the number of retirees, you went from 860 retirees to 968. So you now have more retirees than you do active employees. And if we looked back at all the prior evaluations, you would really see that progression in the number of retirees and the relationship between retirees and actives as increasing. And that's really what I mean. You're really becoming a mature population, workforce.
Well, I would actually look at that as two factors. One is whether the average age of our existing workers is older.
Yep.
But I suspect that the stronger consideration, even though that is true, and
Yep.
for some time in the foreseeable future that will continue,
Yep.
but the real driver is that we have gone through a period where we were granting full retirement benefits as early as 50 years old for public
That's right.
safety and 55 for non-public safety.
No, that's absolutely. In fact, if we go to let's go to the next slide, because that's you also have this other dynamic in your workforce, in that the people who are retired, generally speaking, have more generous benefits than active
Right.
employees.
So I was going to say that we have employees who, over the last decade approximately, until we got our reforms in and still carry over, were retiring earlier
Yes.
and living longer.
Yes. So they're still living longer, but perhaps not retiring quite as early.
Well, going forward, yes.
That's right.
Right.
That's exactly right. If slide 6, I think, is kind of a interesting slide. If your active employees fall into the group 3 and group 4 benefits, and your retirees fall into the group 1 and group 2 benefits. When we start looking at it's kind of a crummy term. You're going to hear me use this term in a couple of slides, what I'll refer to as a legacy liability for the retiree population that you do have. And so if you look at your group 4 folks, those are the people who are hired, generally speaking, more recently, age 40. The group 3 folks, generally speaking, at age 49. You are correct. Your active population is a little bit older, not a lot, but it's that dynamic of all of the retirees, particularly the ones in group 1 and group 2, that create this legacy liability.
And can I just get clarification on one point? The slide 6, you have group 5 there. What you really mean is total, correct?
Oh, total. Should be
Yeah.
total. Yes, thank you very much.
Just so nobody gets confused.
There is no group 5.
Yeah.
That's correct. My apologies.
Sure, jump in.
So let's,
One quick question.
yeah, sure.
Well, I don't know how quick it is.
One question.
Sorry about that. So a couple of things. Like, I guess one way to look at this, and it's a valid way to look at it, is the unfunded liability potentially, or that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is it's a pay-to-play.
Yeah.
So, which means, it just is what it is. It's,
Yeah. Yep.
you could buy a timeshare and you either use it a lot or you don't.
Yep.
But you all pay the same rate. So it's another way of looking at it. The thing that would be interesting to me to know would be, because of what this is, it's not just the average age of the retiree, but their dependents, spouses, for instance.
Yeah, what generally speaking, what we find is that now there are certainly exceptions. Generally speaking, you're going to find the dependents to be very similar in ages. Now there are some exceptions. We have in the full report some demographic information about number of people with family coverage, number of people with two-party, and we don't have those in slides right here, but be very easy to. I love questions like that. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare for that question, but the nature of the population is so. If you can bear with me, what I'll do is kind of mention a couple of what I think are pretty important points when it comes to your retirees in particular. So when we look at the non-safety folks, you've got about 43% of those folks who are active employees with family coverage. You've got, though, about 17% of retirees with family coverage. When you're talking about safety, you've got about 40. I'm not sure I'm reading my.
John's looking at page 37 and 38 of your packet of the city manager report.
That's slide 37, right? In the packet?
Packet page 37, 38, slides E7 on.
Yeah, what we so I have exhibit. I have exhibit numbers. So I'm looking at E-11 and E-13. I'm really looking at these two.
It may not
right
be
here.
on. Have you found
We
it?
don't have packet pages on our.
Yeah, you don't. So it's attachment A, and then.
So if you look at that, can you see E-11?
Yep.
So E-11 are the retirees in 5-year age buckets, if you will, for single, two-party, and family coverage. So E-11 are the non-safety folks, and E-13 are the safety folks. So you've got less than 10% of your population for non-safety with family coverage, but the vast majority of those are under 65. Probably not a big surprise to anybody. And then if you go to safety, you've got 23 of 121 safety retirees with family coverage. Again, the vast majority of that, police on E-13. Thank you. And then similar for fire on E-15, 33 of 157. So you see safety folks it shouldn't be a big surprise. They're retiring a little bit earlier. So they still have family early in their retirement, but the majority of those are not there by the time you get to 65. So this whole section has, I think, great information about the demographic, your demographic information. The other, I'll point this out, I won't spend very much time on it. In the interest of full disclosure, every time I point out this slide, it's like I can hear the folks back in the office kind of rolling their eyes. I actually love these next couple of slides. If you look at, let's see here. Go to slides E19, 20, and 21. This is your active population. So what we have is age service distribution. So you see 5-year age buckets going down the left-hand side, 5-year service buckets going across the top. The thing that's fascinating to me about this is somewhere in the neighborhood of 765 active employees. You've got 107 of those who have more than 20 years of service. And this is city service in this graph. You also have a relatively small number of those folks who are 60 and above. But the fact that you have such a relatively big number of folks with a large number of service is kind of interesting and fascinating. Not all of our clients have that. The other two slides I think are also equally fascinating on 20 and 21. 20 and 21 show your police and fire age service distribution. So what it really shows on 20, with very few exceptions, is no surprise to anybody. You're hiring people at younger ages and they stay with the city. So it's almost a band of people starting in the upper left-hand corner, going to the lower right. That's not what miscellaneous looks like at all. Police on 20 and fire on 21. So we could, the fact of the matter is I could kind of talk about this, your demographic information for way more time than you guys want to.
I just want to go back to that original question that I had and the one that deals with longevity.
Yep.
So you're saying that a previous council or at some point the decision was made to not take mortality into account.
No, well, so in our last valuation, we recommended anticipating that mortality would continue to improve. So we did take into account mortality, but it didn't take into account future improvement. And so the decision of the council
Improvement means living longer.
Pardon me?
Improvement means
improvement
living
meaning living longer in the future.
Yes,
Okay?
right.
As opposed to, we know today how long people historically have lived. What we're talking about is, what will that life expectancy do in the future?
So the difference was whether or not we accept that last premise
Yes.
or go with the first premise.
Yeah.
And that's the difference in cost.
That's right.
Right.
That's one of the differences, yes.
Yes, but that's a major difference as I see it.
The single biggest difference is the implied subsidy. The mortality had a little more modest. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to diminish it, but the biggest issue is the implied subsidy.
But they really tie together. I know they don't in your mind, but they do in mine.
Yeah. The implied subsidy, the reason I would suggest they're a little different is the implied subsidy stops when people are eligible for Medicare at age 65. So if people are living into their 80s, it doesn't matter from the implied subsidy standpoint whether they live to be 83 or 85, because premiums for Medicare eligible folks are...
So there's a cutoff point, but
Yes.
up until that point,
Yes.
you really have that. It's just like the ACA. Would you agree?
Yes.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
When you were mentioning the difference in the years of service for our miscellaneous versus our police.
Yes.
But if you go over to E21 and see fire, that's actually a higher percentage of those over 20 years of service than is in the miscellaneous.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. Yeah, no, that's right. What we see, this is not a very eloquent description, but what we see with safety folks is that cities, a little less true for larger cities, but cities will hire batches of people. But they'll go through training at the same time, and it's kind of like this bubble working their way through. I think that might be part of the issue for fire, but it also means that you need to look at that bubble. You need to make sure that you have recruits in the pipeline to take over these folks when they actually do retire. But you're absolutely right. It's kind of it is amazing how many folks you have who fall into that category. But safety and non-safety, but fire as well.
Fire is a big problem.
Yep, go for it.
So one more question here. So one of the tables that you pointed out showed that we're hiring more younger Isn't that what you said?
So I don't remember mentioning
one of
that,
those.
but you,
Like on-
you do see some of that dynamic. But I think that's right. If you look at E19, the number of folks that you have with less than 5 years of service is pretty substantial, and the number of folks you have under the age of 30 or 35 is also relatively high. We have a small number of our clients that have virtually no employees under the age of 30. And if you think about this, what they've done over the last 5 years is cut positions. They've not hired people, and what were the positions they cut? They were the entry-level positions, not the senior positions. And so when they have a senior position open up, they can't fill it with a 25-year-old, so they have to hire a 40-year-old. You all have despite, if you look at that E19, despite the fact that you have a large number of folks who are 50 to 54, you have a relatively flat distribution at the younger ages, meaning you have a fair number of people who are at those younger ages. That implies to me that maybe you're in a little bit better position than some of our other clients for sort of retaining that institutional memory, except for that large band of folks who are in the 50 to 54 group. 160 folks are in that category. That's going to be, that's an issue the city's going to have to think hard about.
And so just one point of clarification, then a question. So when you're looking at E19, the age and number of years of service, that number of years of service means city service, but it doesn't necessarily mean City of Palo Alto service.
No, this is city. These numbers are City of Palo Alto service. That's what these tables are. We have both, but we're showing City of Palo Alto numbers here.
Okay, so these are like people who've had, say, in the 40 to 44 category, they've had 22 years of service with Palo Alto.
Yes, that's correct.
And then if you look at E23 and E25, if you look at those for a second, it looks like the difference between 2011 and 2013, it looks like we're hiring older on E23. And then police, not terribly surprising, but E25, they're hiring younger.
Well, I'm not sure.
Like.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd quite say that. What's really going on is if you look at E23, so the light blue bar is the 11 val, the dark blue is the 13 val. You have some of those folks who were 45 to 49 are now older and they're moving into the 50 to 54 group. I don't think that necessarily means that you're hiring people older. I think it means that your people are on average a little older, but I don't think this particular graph talks about the age at which you're hiring people.
So it's a shades of blue.
Pardon me?
It's a shades of blue as opposed to shades of gray. It's a shades of, well, maybe it's a shades of gray too.
We missed your pun.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
So let's go to. I'm going to ask a logistical question. Would you like me to spend some time on the assumptions, or should we jump straight into the numbers?
I'm for jumping. I don't know about the rest.
I don't yeah. So here's my question. My question is, would you like me to, the next section is to go through the methods and assumptions, and then after that we go to the assets and the liability. Would you like me to take some time on the methods and assumptions, or do you want me to jump right to the numbers? It's kind of, I'm just asking it from a logistical standpoint.
Could you maybe quickly run through the methods?
Let's do that then. Okay, so slide 7. So what I want you to do is maybe go through, so we have that whole slide up there. There is, how do I say this on slide 7? The only thing that is, there's really only 2 things that are exciting on slide 7. Thing number 1 is the very last row, that implied subsidy. We talked about that. We're including it in this valuation because of the actuarial standard of practice, so there's that. And then we made a change to the amortization that has no impact on your 14-15 contribution, but we had recommended not going with a rolling 30-year amortization. We are making that exact same recommendation again, but we're doing it as part of the 14-15 contribution, meaning that whether you use rolling or don't use rolling, the 14-15 contribution is the same. It's 15-16 and beyond that would be a little bit higher. It's the equivalent of suggesting you not refinance your home mortgage every year. So we're recommending that you have a policy to pay the unfunded liability off. So that's that 4th square bullet. Sure.
Let me add to John's comments. From a staff perspective, we recommend this to you. It would also match the way CalPERS pension is doing it. So we want to be consistent on both ends to have the similar assumption.
That's right. And in fact, that's a change that CalPERS recently implemented. So if we could go to slide 8. Go back, please. There we go. So we are taking into account here, we mentioned we're taking into account the mortality change. We are leaving the, what I'll refer to as the discount rate, the long-term rate of return on plan assets at 7.61. Well, again, in the interest of full disclosure, I like to be a little conservative on the discount rate. So you would hear me recommend 7.25 or 7. CalPERS is currently using 7.5. We think the 7.61, you're not going to hear us say we think that's inappropriate. We do think that is not, I'm not an investment guy, but the stocks in particular have done very well. I'm just a little nervous about where they might go, and so I'm kind of a fan of being a little conservative, particularly with the discount rate. Nonetheless, the numbers you're going to see based on the 7.61, that was really following the direction of the council from 2 years ago. So if we go to the next slide, slide 9, maybe one more click. We are continuing the same expectation for healthcare increases that we had in the prior evaluation, no changes. We have, because the SEIU Group 3 has a new agreement, we have a new assumption that the increase in the dollar caps for SEIU will be half of the medical trend. You will note that we've added a little bullet to that particular assumption. What we have seen is occasionally people look at our actuarial report and look at the assumptions we're using and believe that means that there is a presumption that the benefits will go up like that. That little bullet there is meant to say, please don't make that assumption. It's really meant for financial purposes. It's not meant to be anything other than that, so don't use it for any other purpose. Slide 10. Slide 10 is what I think of as very, very good news. You all have money invested with CalPERS Trust, referred to as the CERBT. The investment return, with the exception of 11-12, quite good. 11-12, not so good. But the terrific investment return for 10, 11, 12, 13, and projected for 13, 14 is expected to be exceptionally good. And that's one of the reasons you're going to, when we get to the next couple of slides, you'll hear me say the plan to pre-fund this is clearly moving in the right direction. I wish all of our clients took the position that you all have done. So that's really slide 10.
I'm sorry for the press here and watching. Can you just repeat that last statement? No.
No, I can't. I absolutely mean it. When we look at our clients, I am a fan, an unabashed fan of setting money aside for future obligations. You all have done that, and in fact, if we go to the next slide, you really see on, maybe do one more click. So if you all are at the point where we're projecting you to be 34% funded at June 30, 14. Now that doesn't sound so good, but the fact of the matter is given how long you have been setting money aside, you all are ahead of where most agencies are in the state. So I feel very strongly about this. I'm not really just saying it, but I think you should absolutely not be bashful at touting that. I think it's the right thing to do, and you're clearly moving in the right direction. I do, though, want to point out some numbers. What I'd like you to do is a fair number of numbers on this, but there's a column labeled 630.13 valuation, and there's a 630.13 column. Those are the obligations as of June 30, 13. They do not take into account future accruals. That's sort of a snapshot of how much money, sort of a target amount that in a perfect world you would have set aside. What I want you to do is look at the totals there. You see actives, 64. These are in thousands of dollars, 64.3 million. Retirees, $139 million. So if you just kind of stop for a second, you have more retirees than you do actives, and those retirees are getting their benefits, and the benefits are more generous than, generally speaking, active employees. So your liability for people who are already receiving benefits more than double what it is for active employees. So when I talk about a mature system, it's absolutely what I'm talking about. And what that means is more important, in my opinion, that you set money aside. So you've got $60 million at June 30, 13 set aside, unfunded of $143.6 million, 29%. We're projecting that to drop at June 30, 14 to be about $140 million, 34% funded. And if we go to the next slide, you get to the dollar contribution. So your contribution increasing from $13 million to the $14.3 million. 16% of pay. There's really sort of two things that are going on. The liability's a little bit bigger because we've now included the implied subsidy, and your payroll didn't really grow as much, so the dollar amount goes up, but the pay percentage of pay number goes up appreciably. And then if we go to slide 13, so let's just hold it right there. This is more numbers on a single slide than it's possible for people to get their head around. So what I'm trying to do, if you go do one more click, there's a column right there in the middle. I think that's the single most important column on this slide. It's the additional amount, the pre-funding. It's the amount that you we're expecting you to pay over and above the pay-as-you-go. Sort of think our clients that have no pre-funding are going to be paying that column labeled benefit payment. You all, because you're pre-funding, you're putting additional money in there. You can really see the pattern over the next decade is the additional amount of pre-funding is decreasing. And what does that mean? That means that in about 11 years, you all will be contributing less than your pay-as-you-go. That's the reason you're pre-funding. That's the purpose of pre-funding, is to get money there, to get investment return on that money, to help you make those benefit payments. So it takes a long time to get there. You all are, depending upon what experience is, you all are about a decade away from there. I can keep talking, but that's actually the last slide I had. I can, don't get me wrong here. I can keep this here for as long as you all can tolerate it, which might be right about now.
Well, thank you very much for your thorough presentation and already answering a lot of questions. Let's open it up to colleagues for any more questions they have or comments they want to make.
One question, because I'm fascinated by subsidy and how long we're going to live and so forth,
Yep.
and what kind of decisions we make regarding that. Where do most cities go with that? Is it all over the map?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing the question. Could you say it again, please?
The question was, as you told us earlier,
Yeah.
you can either look at whatever that was again. What is
The
it,
implied
mortality
the
improvement? You can
Yeah.
look at the current mortality
Yeah.
or look at mortality improvement
Yeah.
in the future.
Yeah.
Those change the outcomes.
Yeah.
I'm interested in knowing what other cities do.
Yeah. Well, so let me separate this into two components, if I may. Component number one, not talk about retiree medical. Let's talk about pension for a moment. CalPERS is doing arguably exactly what we're recommending in terms of anticipating. So cities will have no choice on the pension side, but take into account future mortality improvement. So that's part one of the answer. Part two, the retiree medical obligation, what we're seeing is a slow recognition of other actuaries to begin to factor in mortality improvement. I'm a fan of when you see a train coming down the road, you pay attention to it and you recognize that it's going to be there. So I think the sooner you recognize that increase in the liability, the better off you are. And so how do I say this? All of our clients, it's possible we may have another client that has asked us to not include the mortality improvement, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. So all of our clients we're recognizing mortality improvement. It's not clear to me that all actuarial firms are making the same recommendation that we're making.
I really appreciate that, because that would have been part of the answer I was looking for, that
Yeah.
you incorporated into what you said.
Yeah.
But I think, not to tip my hand on it, Mark, I don't know how much you want to go into details, but certainly I would hope we would end up with the mortality improvement piece. And
Tip away.
Pardon?
Tip away.
Tip away.
Yeah, tip your hand. If there are any suggestions you want to make.
That's right. So, well, that's why we're having committee meetings, to tip our hand, right? So I would tip my hand in that direction after hearing your explanation. But I'm delighted to hear this new term of mortality improvement. Astonishing.
Sums it up nicely.
So here's the kicker. That mortality improvement increases your liability. So you could argue whether it's a good thing or not.
Well.
It is for the individual clearly a good thing, right?
Chair Berman, let me add one more point that I think it's important for our audience and the community to understand, because there's been headlines recently in the paper about the growth of the liability. So the liability as of June 30, 2011 stood at 123 million, the unfunded, portion. The unfunded portion as of 6/30/13, and I'm looking at slide 11, it's now 143,572,000. It's important to note that includes $43 million for the implied subsidy. So one could say
The implied subsidy.
that number would have been $100 million without this change. This implied subsidy was
This accounting change.
This accounting change. That was what I was going to say next. It was not something that the council or staff made a change on,
Yep.
or changed the benefits whatsoever. It's just an accounting requirement, and we're accepting the accounting requirement. We're not disputing that. It's just to make an illustration that our contribution funded ratio would have been at a 38% versus the 29%. But because we're being responsible, we are recommending to you that we account for the implied subsidy this year, even though it's not required until next year.
A very good, important, valid point. Thank you. Go for it.
Well, and Lalo, since that, I agree fully the importance of that point, because we've seen local papers not appreciating that distinction, and the staff report really didn't draw that out clearly. And I was wondering, because when we look at the reduction in from anticipated healthcare premiums, that would have shifted the unfunded liability downward, and
That's
yet
right.
we have a net increase. And so I would encourage staff to get this out in a simple, clear way, that that absent that change in projections through a change in accounting practices, we would have reduced it considerably. I know that, for instance, Santa Clara County has gone from 69 million to 1.68 billion in unfunded liability because they didn't do some of these actions and didn't pay all of their annual obligations for the better part of a decade. And we, instead, absent this change, would have seen a reduction. Pretty big difference.
A significant reduction.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Nope. Yep.
So thank you for all of this. And on slide 8, to go back to the actuarial assumptions and the discount rate, CalPERS, you said, is using currently 7.5%,
Yes,
and your comfort level is more like in the 7 to 7.2%.
that's correct.
So you're using the 7.61 again because that was what was approved 2 years ago.
Yes.
You know, I think at this point, the other changes that we're making are prudent. You may recall that the CalPERS pension did not change the rate of return assumption.
Right.
I'm looking at the third quarter returns on our trust. So we have our own trust for these funds. We started with $16 million at the beginning of the fiscal year. We have earnings of $7.778 million, roughly 13%. So I think at this point,
No.
sorry.
Go ahead, repeat it. We started with how much?
We had trust of balance of $60 million.
Oh, 60 million.
60.
Six, oh.
Said
Oh,
60.
it sounded 16.
okay.
Yeah.
The math seemed a little off.
Oh, okay. Sorry, 6-0. It's my Spanish dialect. And we have earnings of 7.778 through the third quarter. So I feel comfortable for this year or these next 2 years, because One, we're closing the amortization period, and I think that's a big deal, even though, as Mr. Bartel says, it doesn't impact our first 2 years, but going forward it does. We're accepting the mortality change. I'm sorry. And we're accepting the implied subsidy early as well. So for those reasons, it kind of correlates to the pension acceptance, if you will. And so for that reason, we're comfortable with those recommendations.
Can I jump in and ask a quick question that's tied to that? So you mentioned that we're accepting the mortality improvement.
Yes.
Are we accepting the closed amortization? Is that
Correct.
factored into the?
That's what we're recommending
Okay.
to you, yes.
So closed amortization and the mortality rate, but keep the discount rate the same, and we're doing the change in subsidization accounting.
Correct.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted a little more feedback on that and what your comfort level was and why we're staying here and getting that clear. So
So do you mind if I add something to that? Let me maybe describe why we recommend 7.25. A 7.61 is what I would refer to as a 50% confidence level. So we are absolutely comfortable with it, but it doesn't add, there's no margin for adverse deviation. So that's the only reason you know, unlike some other things, you might hear me say we'll hold our breath on the others. We're not at all uncomfortable with 7.61. I really want you to, I want everybody to be clear about that. If we were, you'd hear me say something much stronger than what I'm saying.
it just doesn't account for two pitchers going down in the same game.
Say it again, please.
It just doesn't account for two pitchers going down in the same game.
Yeah.
Lalo knows what I'm talking about.
So you good? So can I ask a quick question, Lala? Just following up on something you mentioned earlier. You mentioned we started with $60 million in asset value, and you said that through the third quarter that was going up. You say $6 to $7 million.
7.778580.
Okay. How do we get on slide 11? How do we get to 73.1 by 6/30/2014? And I haven't paid attention to the stock market in months, so for all I know, it's going gangbusters. And
I think it's a projection of where we will be at the end of 6/30/14. So the numbers I'm giving you are through March 31st.
okay, I guess what I'm just mentioning
Well,
is that's a big increase in one quarter.
Because I think it actually was based on the start of the year, and the first half of the year, the earnings were much higher than
That's
they
right.
have been the second half. So it probably won't be that number when we get to the end.
And I only gave you the earnings. I think the contributions are separate. We contributed so far $4.7 million, and we're continuing to contribute. So it's
So
a
that
combination of earnings
fills the
and
gap.
and contributions.
I'm with you. Perfect. Thank you. That helps explain it. I think throughout our conversation, all of my questions have been answered. You know, I mean, and it's worth just re-mentioning that the huge reason for the increase is the change in implied subsidy.
That's right.
And we're all, mortality improvements. And I guess one question I have for you, Mr. Bartel, is you mentioned that we're going to, the closing the amortization, changing that from open to close will have an effect in 2015-16.
So the best way to describe it is if you, the very first year of closing.
Sorry, and I totally understand the concept.
Yeah. Okay.
But how large of a dollar impact will that have? But that's also already factored into your slide.
Yeah, the only
13.
If you look at, let's go to slide 12 just for a moment, and then we'll go to 13. So if you look at slide 12, it has a very minor impact on the 15-16, has no impact on 14-15. Mm-hmm. And then what happens is it has a modestly increasing impact when you look at the 10-year projection on slide 13. Okay. And in fact, the best way to describe it is if you look at your ARC as a percentage of pay, mm-hmm. we're assuming your payroll grows. The closing the amortization period keeps your ARC as a percentage of pay constant. Mm-hmm. If you did a rolling amortization, the cost relative to pay actually decreases. What happens is you're not paying your unfunded liability off, so you're contributing less. So you probably, in about 10 years, you're probably looking at a contribution that might be $200,000-300,000 higher because of the closure than it is the other way than keeping that rolling so you'll end up with a lower contribution of about $200,000 in a decade.
So it's pre-funding more.
Yeah, that's right. It's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
And in fact, the best way to think of it is it's not just pre-funding more, it's a policy that says it's a 30-year amortization, so it's a policy that lasts a long time, but the policy is pay the unfunded liability off rather than not pay the unfunded liability off. Rolling increases your
Just keeps pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. So this is a more prudent fiscal move.
There's no question about that.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct.
Perfect. Well, I've heard enough, assuming colleagues have. Any more questions, comments? Nope. Any more questions, comments? Nope. So do we need to, is there a motion to be made here? So I'll move that the Finance Committee accepts the June 30th, 2013 actuarial valuation of Palo Alto's retiree health care plan and recommend that the City Council approve full funding of the annual required contribution for fiscal year 2015 and fiscal year 2016.
Second.
Any other questions, comments? Nope. No. Nope. All in favor? Aye. So that passes unanimously with Vice Mayor Niss having stepped out for a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Berman. Next items, we're going to proceed with the budget hearings. Today we have Public Works Department and first actually Capital General Fund. But before we ask staff to come up here and start the presentations, I just would like to point you quickly through Ed Place's memo. I apologize, it came to you a little bit late. As you can see, there's a lot of attachments there, and the primary reason for that is because of the PTC, the Plan Transportation Committee review of the CIP. So first, we are responding to previous questions raised by the committee. One is with recycled water and the salinity level of wastewater coming to the city, primarily through our partner agencies. So you have a report on that attached. Secondly, the fiber optics program, I think Councilman Byrd asked about that, and that is the actual status of the program and our ROI if we were to connect with particular customers. We do not have the ROI analysis for you, but as you may recall, is we are hiring a consultant, or in the process of hiring a consultant for fiber optics in general, and part of that will come back to you by January 15 with the response in the broader sense of fiber optics.
So since this was at our places and I haven't had a chance to read attachment G, my recollection of my question wasn't, and one, I'm very glad to get this information because I'm interested in it, but it was not so much around the status of our salinity as to what leverage we have with participating agencies to assure their cooperation. And we've been receiving their cooperation, but there's nothing binding. That was the nature of my question, and I don't know whether attachment G addresses that or not.
And we can address this today. We are looking at the wastewater treatment fund as well, and staff will be here to address this for you at the part of the presentation later on this evening.
Okay.
We can make sure you have
They may or may not be able to answer it tonight, but
We can try.
So the last item is you have a large report from the Planning and Transportation Commission. They are per the municipal code required to review the proposed capital improvement program and the 5-year plan, and they have approved it and determined it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So we have a more particular presentation on that. And lastly, the two more items regarding today's presentation. One is a proposal to amend the CIP and to introduce a project called Baylands Levee Improvement Feasibility Study, and we'll talk more about this as we get there. And lastly, in Public Works, we are recommending to take the facility manager position, which is currently in the proposed budget, and recommending to amend that proposal. Instead of adding a position, we would like to actually fund the consultant study first, like we did with the vehicle fund, and we analyze the operations. Same thing to there with facilities, analyze the operations, make sure how that the operation is responsive to the IBRIC recommendations, etc. So you'll hear later on Mike Sarter talk about this in more detail. So with that, I am turning over the conversation to the capital improvement program and ask staff to come up here, please. So as we're getting ready, we're going to load the slides. I guess we have some more technical difficulties today, so please bear with us. Yeah, I can do that. So as we look forward, there's really one more item on the agenda which I missed before, and it's a retiree health benefit fund. So what happens in the benefit fund is agenda number 3, is we collect all the contributions from the various funds as part of an allocation process in this budget document, and then we'll fund from there directly the retiree healthcare contributions of $14.3 million, all funds, based on the valuation which you accepted tonight and based on the valuation John Patel presented to us tonight. So what I ask Chair Berman is to open up for questions on this fund. This is on page 409 to 410 of the proposed budget document.
Great, thank you very much. And do any colleagues have any questions or comments about the Retiree Health Benefit Fund operating budget on page 409 and 410? Nope. Nope. So I'll go ahead and move tentative approval of the Retiree Health Benefit Fund operating budget. Seconded by Councilmember Holman. All in favor? Any other comments? No. No. All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. And so moving on to agenda item 4, the general fund capital budget.
Wonderful, and I wanted to introduce Eric Villamoria. He works in my office, in the Office Management Budget. He's a senior analyst responsible for the capital improvement program. He actually took over this position or this responsibility in the middle of the budget season. There's a vacancy, so he's very new and came quickly up to speed. So he's our expert now, and obviously with our Public Works partner here, Brett Eggleston, who's right on the other side of us. Those two have been wonderful in working together and creating a wonderful program here for you today.
This question is regarding the At Places memo and staff having removed PE. I was trying to find PE 14010. That's the Los Altos wastewater treatment plant site. It was referenced there, and if staff knows what page that's on.
Sure. Councilmember Burt, this particular project has no funding in fiscal year 2015, so you will not see it in your budget document. It is only in the attachment of lists listed, which is on page 360, which lists all the projects which are currently have funding in the capital improvement project. But again, this doesn't have a separate project page because there were no additional funding requested for this project in this fiscal year.
That's for the so we zeroed out. It was funded for $500,000 previously, and now
it was
it's
actually funded for a much higher amount. I believe $1.5 million. We're still leaving a remaining $1 million in the project.
Okay, so that's, so it doesn't show up here even though there's $1 million remaining in the project?
No, it does not. Currently, the way our municipal code guides us to do the capital improvement project, it doesn't show up. But that's a plan we plan to bring forward to you as a finance recommendation, probably end of June.
Yeah, we've had this conversation about this, I'll call it whatever, ongoing glitch that we're going to fix, right? As far as how we track
That is correct.
The way we report to you is on two ways. One, at the mid-year, we give you a status of all the CIPs that are open, so that's how we would report the status to you, and then at year-end. What we're talking about here is to put it together with the budget itself, so you have it all at once.
Okay, so given that, can you still clarify for me, out of this $1 million, is some portion of that budgeted for this year, or is it simply budgeted for outlying years?
All of the money that's budgeted is budgeted in the current year. There was a previous approximately $300,000 that I believe was funded in fiscal year 12 or 13, and then $1.6 million that was funded in fiscal year 14 for construction.
So we've got, you said $1 million still budgeted for this year?
In the current fiscal year budget, fiscal year 14, there's a $1.6 million budgeted amount for construction.
For 14, okay.
14.
And for 15?
So for 15, there was never any proposed budgeted amount.
Okay.
And what's being proposed that's discussed in the App Place memo is to fund the levy study using a portion of the funding that was already appropriated to the LATP project.
Okay, so you're using a portion of the unexpended dollars from FY14 for the levy study in FY15.
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is the problem. The way our process has worked and the requirements is that even though when the CIP is put together, we can anticipate that we would be reappropriating prior year funding for the next fiscal year, FY 2015. We don't program it into that column of the budget line. So it looks like it's basically saying we're not adding any new money, but we are going to carry forward unexpended money and plan to spend it. And that's the problem that we're going to fix.
Okay, thanks.
And this kind of goes, it sort of goes along with this. Going back several years, the Planning Commission has asked to get the CIP information like really ahead of time so that we don't end up getting like last minute or at places information. And for a while it seemed like we were doing better at getting it to them earlier, but this time it really didn't happen. I mean, they just saw this last week.
That is correct, Councilmember Holman. And the main reason why we had delays this year, unfortunately, is that we were really short-staffed. We had only 2 vacancies in the office in January and February, and we were running on a minimal staffing level, or below that, actually, to produce the document. So that has delayed a lot of the process which you see here today of coming out of the budget, the full budget process. So we were actually a little bit delayed in getting the capital improvement budget to the PTC. Usually, we get the information much sooner. Additionally, that's a good point. We had an outdated publication system we had to work through. So we had a lot of difficult hurdles to overcome, but we have a new publication system. We're going to get a new budget system next fiscal year. And with that, I think we'll be able to achieve much better timelines.
So I think we never let you get started.
Thank you, Walter. Good evening, Chair Berman and members of the committee. Tonight, we'd like to go over the 2015 General Fund Capital Proposed Budget and the 2015 through 2019 General Fund CIP. The General Fund Capital Budget allows for improvements to the city's parks and open spaces, streets and sidewalks, buildings and facilities, and traffic and transportation. For the General Fund Capital Budget review, we'll first spend a few moments providing an overview of the proposed revenues and expenditures and the proposed infrastructure reserve balances. We'll then discuss how projects were prioritized for this capital plan. Next, Brad will touch on the new projects and existing projects with significant increases, and then go over the status of the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendations, as well as the recent work of the Infrastructure Committee and City Council in addressing the infrastructure backlog. Finally, we'll provide a brief summary of the PTC's review of the proposed CIP and open it up for questions. The city's overall investment towards capital projects in fiscal year 2015 is $57.5 million. As can be seen on this slide, the general fund capital budget contains approximately 43% of the city's overall 2015 capital budget, or $24.7 million. The Finance Committee previously reviewed the capital programs for the Technology Fund on May 13th and the various utility funds on May 15th. Later this evening, the Vehicle Replacement Fund, Airport Fund, Storm Drainage Fund, and Wastewater Treatment Fund capital programs will be presented as part of the Public Works Department budget review. Of the $24.7 million in the general fund in 2015, more than half is allocated towards streets and sidewalks. This funding is primarily used for improvements to the city's roadways, sidewalks, and signage, with the majority of funding in this category allocated towards street maintenance. Details on the recent success of the street maintenance program will be provided later in the presentation. The second largest funding category in fiscal year 2015 is traffic and transportation. Projects in this category allow for improvements to the city's traffic control system, expansion of the bicycle network, the design of Charleston-Arastradero corridor improvements, and enhancements to the downtown parking garages. The largest investment in this category is for the Transportation and Parking Improvements Project at $2.2 million. Funding in this project will allow for the installation of parking guidance system technology for the downtown garages, as well as access control and revenue collection equipment. Approximately 10% of the 2015 proposed budget is directed to the unallocated salaries and benefits category. This category accounts for staff costs associated with projects not receiving additional funding in fiscal year 2015. Per the Muni Code, as Walter mentioned before, unspent funds for capital projects automatically carry forward to the next fiscal year, as long as expenditures have been incurred in the past 2 years. These projects are detailed on pages 360 to 365 of the proposed capital budget. Revenues programmed in the Capital Improvement Fund for fiscal year 2015 total $25.3 million, with the majority coming from the annual general fund transfer. Whenever possible and appropriate, alternative funding sources for projects are pursued. Approximately 13%, or $3.4 million, of the 2015 revenue is projected to come from other agencies, including the VTA, the County of Santa Clara, Caltrans, and the State of California. These grant revenues will primarily support the annual street maintenance project, but will also provide funds for the Newell Road Bridge project. Transfers from other funds also make up a significant portion of the revenue programmed in the CIP, including transfers from the University Avenue Parking Permit Fund, Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement Fund, Citywide Transportation Impact Fee Fund, Gas Tax Fund, as well as various enterprise funds. These transfers, which total $5.7 million, will support a wide variety of projects.
Yeah, one quick question. Question.
I just want to make sure, because it seems like this slide is only referring to transportation improvements. Is that accurate or not?
This revenue slide?
Revenue. It's not the expenditures.
This is, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
So this is total revenue, total sources for all of the CIP program?
For all of the general
fund.
For the general fund, okay.
Correct. And it funds the transportation as well as all the other needs within the fund.
Okay, so this is a question that I have, you can address this now or later, but a question that I had when I went through this is that there were only a couple of occasions where I saw impact fees referenced as an income source. So you might you can come back to that later. It's mentioned here as a transfer, the transportation development impact fee is $1.1 million. But we collect a lot of different impact fees, and like I said, I only saw a couple of references in here.
Correct. For the transportation impact fees within the budget, there's $1.8 million, but to your point, there is a large number of other impact fees not included within this CIP, but programmed for other uses.
Right, because we have community services, impact fees, and so, anyway, but yes, you get the point.
Right.
What are the capital?
For like community services, I think can be used for parks and open space capital projects, I would think. But I don't see them referenced in the
There's two types.
the CIP.
There's parks and open space impact fees, and there's community center impact fees. And so I guess another way to ask...
It's like for instance, there are park impact fees too, but I don't see...
Right. Another way to, let me see if I can get to your question. Councilmember Holman's asking, since they're not identified here, are there sources of revenue in this fiscal year 15 for, yes, that's 15, from those impact fees? Are there other impact fees not listed in this pie?
Most of them are. Most of the impact, actually, Lalo, I think all the impact fees are programmed in fiscal year 15. I think.
So there's two points. We have expenditures in the general fund in a number of different categories: transportation, parks and open space, buildings, and that sort of thing. The only thing that's identified on this chart in particular, right, is transportation development impact fees being allocated as a revenue. We may not be allocating any other impact fee revenue in 2015 to the capital budget, or we might, but it's just not called out. You know, Brad?
That's the question exactly, Jim. And when I go through the CIP itself, I don't find impact fees for other than transportation. And so rather than transfer funds from the reserve or whatever, why wouldn't we use impact fees? And if there's a reason for that, that's fine. But it's a question that I had when I was going through this.
Right. That's a good point. It has to be for the augmentation or the expansion of a particular area. You cannot use it to just mainly replace a facility that is existing, as you may recall from our conversation earlier. So what I'm hearing from Eric is that for 15, that's the only one that is a source of fund. There's other projects in future years that have identified needs. Some of them are coming to you because you might have heard from us in our infrastructure plan that we're working with the infrastructure committee where we identified some of those fees. And so those are going to be out in future years. But for 15, that's the only one that it's a source of fund. There are others from prior years that we discussed earlier that are not reflected other projects that have a source of funding from the other fees as well.
You might hear a little bit more from me on that later, but okay, thank you.
Can I just add, though, to that? I think that the issue is, as we know, the revenue stream that we get, that we collect from impact fees, obviously just carries a marginal cost portion of our even anticipated capital facility needs. And out of our capital facility needs, we have things that are new improvements and we have things that are repairs or baseline investments. And so I think when the staff is looking at developing the project list for the capital improvement program, if we've got a project that is ready for construction or funding, if it could meet the test of applying impact fees to the right portion of that project, then we'll go ahead and program it. It sounds that in 2015, we didn't have that match for any of the projects, the new projects in the 2015 budget of roughly this $25 million figure, except in the transportation area. So some of those funds, say for parks and open space or community centers, other public facilities, might be sitting in, let's just call it our impact fee reserve, waiting to be allocated in 16, 17, 18, or whatever. Correct. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. This next slide looks beyond fiscal year 2015 and captures total planned expenditures over the 5-year CIP. Overall, $111.3 million is programmed for general fund infrastructure projects over the next 5 years. The distribution of funds over the 5-year CIP largely mirrors the fiscal year 2015 distribution. Streets and sidewalks again make up the largest portion of the planned expenditures, accounting for approximately 40% of the CIP. Aside from the annual allocations for projects such as safe routes to schools, bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, and traffic signal upgrades, there are 2 large one-time projects in this category. First, approximately $8.5 million is planned for the Highway 101 pedestrian and bicycle overpass project. This project, which will provide safe access across Highway 101 in South Palo Alto, is primarily supported by grants. Funds for the design of the Charleston-Arastradero Corridor Improvements Project are also included in this category. This chart shows the sources and uses programmed over the next 5 years and their associated impact on the infrastructure reserve, or IR, which is the ending fund balance in the Capital Improvement Fund. The IR, as seen on the green line on the lower portion of this chart, can fluctuate greatly from year to year due to the timing of projects and any associated grant revenues. The IR is projected to end fiscal year 2015 with a balance of approximately $13.1 million. It's important to note that this figure assumes an anticipated contribution of $4 million from the general fund as part of the fiscal year 2014 year-end closing process. In subsequent years, the IR increases and decreases according to revenue and expenditure activity, with much of the variability attributed to grant reimbursed projects where the grant receipts are realized after the expenditures have been incurred. Staff did make a concerted effort to program grant receipts in the years they are expected in order to provide some degree of predictability to the IR balance. In March, the City Council considered a recommendation from the Infrastructure Committee that included a prioritized project list and associated funding plan, which included, among others, a new public safety building and the replacement of 2 outdated fire stations. While funding for these projects is not included within the CIP, the funding plan did assume the funding plan's anticipated utilization of the IR in the amount of $12.5 million over the next 5 years. In developing the CIP, staff programmed expenditures in such a way as to ensure that IR funds will be available when needed. This chart does not yet reflect the utilization of those funds. Had this $12.5 million been assumed in the budget, the projected IR balance in fiscal year 2019 would have been reduced from $18.1 million to $5.6 million. Later in the presentation, more details will be provided on the relationship between the CIP and the work of the Infrastructure Committee. It's important to retain a healthy fund balance in the IR for multiple reasons. First, the IR is used to fund projects that are not programmed in the CIP or have higher than estimated costs when they go out to bid. The California Avenue Streetscape Improvements Project, approved by the City Council in February of 2014, is one such example. The contract award for this project resulted in a reduction of $4.7 million from the IR. The IR may also be needed to fund improvement projects that are currently being identified through master planning efforts or through feasibility studies. The general fund projects included in the proposed CIP were recommended after a deliberate, staff-driven vetting process. As part of the prioritization process, staff considered several factors. First, staff ensured that proposed projects were aligned with City Council priorities. Staff also prioritized health and safety projects over other projects. As an example, the Civic Center Fire, Life Safety, and Electricals Upgrade project was added to the proposed CIP. As described on the previous slide, staff did consider the planned utilization of $12.5 million from the IR for projects identified in the current Infrastructure Committee plan in the development of this budget. Staff also reviewed the amounts allocated to annually recurring projects. Historical expenditure levels were reviewed, and some adjustments were made to recurring projects as a result. A number of proposed projects were identified that are dependent upon completion of studies and master plans or grant sources that have not yet been identified. The repair or replacement of the Baylands Boardwalk is one such example. While construction funding is not included for these types of projects, the potential for needing to allocate funds in the future, once the feasibility, scope, and costs are better defined, is real, however, accentuating the importance of maintaining a healthy IR balance. Funding is not allocated for Cubberley Community Center in the 15-19 CIP, pending negotiations with the Palo Alto Unified School District. In February 2014, the City Council directed staff to eliminate the covenant not to develop as part of the negotiations with the school district and to use the funds towards Cubberley maintenance and infrastructure needs. If the city and the school district are able to agree on a long-term lease, funds will be needed for capital improvements and ongoing maintenance of the site. The proposed operating budget includes a recommendation to reduce the Cubberley lease payment amount for fiscal year 2015 by approximately $1 million, which is the amount equal to the first 6 months of the calendar year 2015 covenant not to develop payment, and sets aside this amount in a reserve for potential rehab costs.
And now we'll switch over to me. So good evening, Chair Berman and committee members. Brad Eggleston, Assistant Director of Public Works. So on this slide, you see a number of the new general fund projects and investments that are being proposed as part of the 2015 through 19 CIP. And I'll touch on at least some of them here. First and kind of foremost at the top there, a proposed significant increase to the annual street maintenance project that would be spread over 3 years and allow for street resurfacing work on Alma and Middlefield to be completed. And what this would allow is the rest of Alma from essentially Oregon Expressway to the northern city limits to be repaved, as well as Middlefield, the area that needs work from Colorado to the northern city limit. And I would also point out our existing 5-year plan includes work on the worst segments of these streets and in line with a goal of reaching the 85 PCI goal. The reason we proposed this is we realized that the utilities conflicts which kept us from doing work on these sections are going to be out of the way, and we saw an opportunity, in addition to meeting the PCI goal, of going in like we did on the southern half of Alma and potentially repaving the entire streets and making them much better.
I'm going to interrupt real quick and ask a quick question on that. So
Sure.
we talk a lot about hitting the 85 PCI goal, which is without a doubt the goal. I thought I recalled at some point, it might have been during the IBRIC days, about the way we're going to hit that goal is raising every street above PCI of 60, making sure that we had no streets across town that were under that. Is that still the case? Is that how we're doing this?
That is still the case. Yeah, we've kind of focused on the 85, but there's really 2 parts to it. One is that no street would have a PCI below 60, and then that kind of results in getting this average of 85.
Perfect. And that also results in cheaper maintenance costs if we don't let streets deteriorate too much.
Correct.
Great. Sorry. Thanks for the clarification.
No problem. So also, an increase to the transportation and parking improvements project would allow for parking guidance system technology in the garages and access control and revenue collection equipment. The Civic Center Fire Life Safety and Electrical Upgrades project would upgrade equipment that's in need of replacement in this building. The Embarcadero Road Corridor Improvements project would provide funding for design of traffic signal modifications that would enhance safety and address resident concerns. We would intend to pursue grant funding for the construction costs of that project. As we touched on earlier in the discussion about the At Places memo, funding for the Baylands levee improvements feasibility study is recommended. And that project, as we propose it, would be implemented in cooperation with the study that's being conducted by the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, where they're already beginning to study the levee system from San Francisco Creek to the Redwood City border. Funding is also being proposed for improvements to Bulware Park, which is one of the IBRIC catch-up projects, including the installation of a new play structure and rubberized surfacing to increase accessibility. And then we've got the Civic Center waterproofing study project that would provide funding for a condition assessment of the Civic Center plaza deck structural system. Repairs are not programmed in the CIP, but funding for the study is proposed. Wanted to point out the IBRIC report had considered the need for this project, and it included a $16 million cost developed through a study 10 to 12 years ago for that work. But as a result of discussions we've had with the infrastructure committee over the past year, last summer, we're now recommending a new study that would reevaluate that and also help prioritize if repairs are needed, which are most needed and when are they needed, which is information we didn't really get out of the last study that was done. And lastly, on this slide, the Palo Alto Community Gardens irrigation system would allow for new irrigation systems to be installed at all 3 community gardens. Community Services Department has talked a lot with us about this, the fact that those systems are aging, in need of replacement, and are requiring more and more maintenance costs. So before moving into some of the specific details on projects programmed over the next 5 years, we wanted to quickly highlight some of the accomplishments that have been achieved in the current fiscal year. And key projects, the city is nearing the end of the library projects that were funded by Measure N. We've continued to manage the Rinconado Library project so that it's anticipated to be delivered within budget and on schedule with a projected December opening. And while the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center project has had a number of setbacks, the takeover by the new contractor has been successfully coordinated after the city's termination of the previous contractor. That replacement contractor is making very good progress, and the project is now expected to be complete and open to the public in November. In January, the Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Recreation Master Plan study was begun, and that plan includes a very strong plan for public involvement. It will be evaluating the city's current and future parks and recreation needs to ensure we have a strong plan for those needs. Another one, the Eleanor Pardee Park Improvements Project, is nearly 100% complete. That project replaced an aging toddler playground, installed new walkways and irrigation systems, replaced a number of site amenities like benches, picnic tables, barbecues, and drinking fountains, and replaced existing turf in non-active areas in the park with sustainable native plantings to reduce water consumption. And I wanted to point out that a very successful ribbon cutting ceremony was held at the new tot lot area earlier today, and I think the Vice Mayor was in attendance, so thank you.
I was there, and it was absolutely delightful.
Great. And then continuing on accomplishments, given the great investment that the city is making in our street maintenance program, I wanted to talk some more specifically about that. So as Eric had mentioned earlier in the presentation, approximately half of the fiscal year 15 allocation for streets and sidewalks is directed towards street maintenance. I think I said that incorrectly. Approximately half of the fiscal year 15 capital budget is directed toward street maintenance, with some piece of that in fiscal year 15 being the Newell Road Bridge project. The fiscal year 15 allocation of $6.4 million is more than triple the amount that was budgeted as recently as 5 years ago in fiscal year 2010. With the enhanced level of funding and the increased programming, as we've discussed, we're anticipating meeting those dual goals of average 85 and no street below 60 in 2019 instead of 21. And as noted on this slide, we're projecting to reach a citywide score of 78 at the end of this current fiscal year 14, and projecting to reach 80 by the end of next fiscal year. I also wanted to point out, with the point we are now, you see here we're talking about a goal of reaching the 2019 for the PCI goal, and here we are looking at a capital budget that takes us through fiscal year 2019. So we are beginning to plan for the funding level that will be required to maintain that citywide average PCI once we meet the goal. We've recently begun using MTC's Street Saver software package in addition to our pavement management and maintenance system, and soon we'll be able to use Street Saver to model various funding and maintenance scenarios that will be valuable to us for planning the future year's street maintenance budgets once we've met those goals. And we've also been making greater efforts to inform the community about the progress we're making in this area. We've got an improved street maintenance webpage with more information than in the past. We've done a number of website news details over the past year, a utility bill insert, press releases that have resulted in local newspaper articles. We've posted the 5-year look-ahead paving plan on our webpage for the very first time, and we've recently published the most recent PCI data for every street in Palo Alto on the city's Open Data Initiative webpage. So hopefully the word's beginning to get out. We are tracking the National Citizen Survey data, which still remains to have a lot of progress to be where we'd like it to be, but it did have a 5 or 6 point jump the last time the survey was done, which was heartening.
If you quit tearing up all the streets to fix them, people wouldn't be so angry about the streets being teared up, and you get a better score. It's a bit of a chicken and an egg issue we've got.
That may be. Okay, the infrastructure management system, I wanted to give you an update. One of the key recommendations in the IBRIC's December 2011 final report was establishing an IMS that would track maintenance of our capital assets, keep track of deferred maintenance that needs to be done, and plan for future funding needed to keep up with maintenance needs. So before talking about the relationship of the funding that's in here, subsequent slides wanted to touch on this. So the city released an RFP in 2013 to get consultant assistance for this project. And in December, we contracted with Plant Moran with a scope of services to evaluate the city's current practices, define our needs, and help make recommendations for implementing a system. So since that time, a project team of Public Works and IT staff has been working closely with the consultant and a number of other city staff to develop a needs assessment report. They're currently using that information to assess the capabilities of some of our existing software packages that are already in use by the city. And then they're also looking at additional modeling and financial forecasting tools that could be integrated with those software packages that are already in use to provide the capabilities that we need for meeting our needs. And they'll be giving their recommendations to staff in July this summer. Once we have that, we're anticipating a phased implementation that would focus first on the core recommendations of the IBRIC, with a goal of having the first phase in place by the end of the year. That will be partially dependent on what the recommendation ends up being, but we're on that schedule to have recommendations from our consultant in July and try to move forward with the first phase this year. So this slide is similar to the slide that Eric showed. It shows the total amount of the CIP over 5 years. Good question. When the IBRIC Commission first published its report, it identified keep-up needs were underfunded by over $2 million per year, and that the backlog of catch-up needs had accumulated. and also identified $211 million that were required for new and replacement projects, including some of the projects mentioned like the fire stations, public safety building, and others. So this slide shows how much of the general fund CIP funding over the 5 years is allocated to each category, and you can see that approximately half of the funding is going toward keep-up needs. And while the CIP does include some funding for catch-up and new projects, the annual transfer mechanism isn't sufficient to eliminate the catch-up backlog and address all of the other projects that have been identified. And as a result, that was the reason for City Council establishing the Infrastructure Committee to develop and review priorities for the other projects. But one other thing I wanted to point out on this slide, you'll see that we say we've got a category that says new. In this context, what we're referring to is projects that weren't in the IBRIC spreadsheets where they defined the yearly keep-up needs and what the maintenance, the catch-up backlogs were. And what we've done here in identifying this, you can see that the total amount of new projects is quite large, but it's broken out here by the ones that are actually funded by the IR versus the ones that have external funding sources. So for instance, something like the Newell Road Bridge project, while it wasn't considered by IBRIC, is also not taking away from the funds that could have been used for doing catch-up projects.
That's the new non-general fund? Is that,
that is the new non-general fund. Yes.
Thanks.
And then one more slide about the catch-up backlog we wanted to show you. So this slide compares the backlog of deferred maintenance or catch-up that was identified in IBRIC's reports with the levels that are expected at the end of this proposed 5-year CIP. And wanted to point out, in the interim period where we don't yet have an infrastructure management system in place, we've been continuing to update the IBRIC spreadsheets every year, which allows us to program in the keep-up work and also track the progress on eliminating the catch-up backlog in these areas you can see here. So as you can see, the total catch-up amount at the end of the proposed CIP is expected to be about $30 million, which is a reduction of about 1/4 from when IBRIC published its report in 2011.
I didn't bring my IBRIC report. I guess I should always have it on me. But did we have Coverley in there? For some reason, I thought we didn't include Coverley in the IBRIC report. But I might be not remembering that correctly.
It was handled a couple different ways in different places. If you looked in the IBRIC report and the spreadsheets, the building category included Coverley in the spreadsheets.
Got it.
In other places, it was broken out. Here, we've broken it out mainly because we haven't been funding projects at Coverley.
Thanks.
Okay, so we wanted to talk a little bit about the relationship of the CIP to the infrastructure funding plan that will be coming to the council soon. In developing the proposed CIP, staff was careful to ensure that there was minimal overlap between the CIP and the infrastructure funding plan as they were being developed concurrently. So assuming that the infrastructure funding plan is approved by the council and that the voters approve the 2% transient occupancy tax increase, additional projects would need to be budgeted in fiscal year 2015, but we haven't made assumptions about that and included them in the budget. While in most cases there is no overlap between these, there are 3 projects where both the CIP and the infrastructure funding plan do include funding. So wanted to touch on the 3 of those. The Highway 101 bicycle pedestrian overpass project is primarily supported by grants. Approximately $1.7 million of the project is not supported by grants and was previously appropriated by the City Council. So while we are continuing to pursue any additional grant or public-private partnership opportunities as they become available, the infrastructure plan that the committee and council has been looking at includes $1.7 million that would reimburse the IR if other opportunities are not identified. And that reimbursement is programmed in the CIP and in the figures that Eric reviewed about infrastructure reserve balances.
Could I ask a quick question about the bridge? So about 10 million is in that. You've got 4 in hand. You've got 4 from one Bay Area that should be coming. How was the assumption made for the 10 million versus other cities have done it for a good deal less?
And a good deal more.
Because we're special, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Are we not?
At the feasibility study phase that was done for this project several years ago, there were 2 different designs or types of designs looked at, and 2 cost estimates, overall project cost estimates developed. One, I believe, was for about $6 million, and one for a bridge that had nicer features like a wider deck and better looking railings and better architectural features, had a price tag of $10 million in that estimate.
Okay. That's
So
great. I was just curious.
That's where it came from. Since you asked the question, I will point out that that estimate was very conceptual. It's several years old. Construction on this is going to occur in the future. So we've continued to use that and with a goal of designing to that figure, but it may change.
yeah, if I just might add, I mean, we're in the process of trying to get some of the permit review by the different agencies. Baylands are down there, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So I think both the setting for where the bridge is going to land, probably some of the soil conditions and issues, may put some challenges in. The council also did direct us to use a design competition for this, as you recall, and there's always the possibility that a design competition could result in a variation of costs, even though we talked about this even this morning, about how we try to build into the call for the design competition some of these cost factors. And again, as I think Brad already mentioned, we at least in the current climate, we won't be going out for a while, but in the current climate, we're getting fewer and fewer bidders. There's a lot of competition, and prices are higher. So I think that we, may be ultimately looking at how we adjust our expectations to the funding that we have.
And I would say, again, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good, because so many people use that corridor, especially as they head south to work in that area. So I know there's a lot of interest in that being designed and built and used. Thanks.
Is there a 1-sentence update on what the status is of the design competition? Just a 1-sentence update?
The 1 sentence.
This is a Twitter.
Let me think carefully.
You already,
24 characters.
you already,
It's been delayed, but we'll be coming back to you very soon.
oh, safe.
it-
You're way under. Now you're going to blow it.
We'll be beginning this summer with the design competition.
What this summer? What did you say about this summer?
That we intend to begin the design competition this summer.
Thanks.
It's been waiting on CEQA and NEPA review?
Yes. Okay, so the bike bridge was the first of those 3 projects we were saying where there's some linkage between the infrastructure funding plan and the CIP. The second is Charleston and Rostradero. So the Charleston and Rostradero corridor project, funding for its design and for $1.45 million of the grant-funded construction is programmed in the CIP. However, the remaining construction budget of $7.5 million is unfunded, and that's the part of the funding that we've been discussing with the infrastructure funding plan. And finally, the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan is funded in each year of the CIP in the amount of $1.2 million and is shown as supported by annual transfers from the Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement Fund. Again, Additional funding beyond that is provided in the infrastructure funding plan.
Thanks, Brad. We'd like to just spend a moment going over the PTC's review of the CIP budget. On May 14th, the PTC unanimously voted in support of a motion stating that the proposed CIP is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It should be noted, however, that the PTC did make some suggestions. First, the PTC suggested that funding in the CIP be allocated for a study on the effects of a sea level rise in Palo Alto. As mentioned earlier, staff agrees with this suggestion, and the App Places memorandum issued today includes a recommendation to establish funding for this purpose. An offsetting reduction to the LATP Site Development Preparation and Security Improvements Project is also recommended. The PTC also suggested that an analysis be prepared showing the change from the prior CIP to this proposed CIP. This analysis is also included in the memo submitted at Places this evening. As Walter mentioned earlier, the Budget Office is in the process of transitioning to a new budget document publishing software and budget system if approved by the City Council. Over the course of the next year, staff will work to further enhance the clarity and information contained in the budget document, and the fiscal year 2016 capital budget will be prepared using that new software. The PTC suggested that their CIP subcommittee be reconvened next year to provide input on any changes to the capital budget document, as the new budget publishing software and proposed budgeting system will allow for enhanced capabilities. Over the next year, as OMB works to implement these systems and better understand their capabilities, staff will engage the PTC. This concludes our presentation. We have staff here that can speak to any of the general fund projects, and at this time we're available to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Why don't I open it up to colleagues to get the questions and comments started? Sure, please.
So I went through these and I have a number of comments, and none of them are extensive, but I kind of looking for process here too, because we're going to vote on a tentative approval, but because I've got a number of comments, like, will we just incorporate those, or will you want me to do these one at a time, so which would be labor intensive for colleagues to either agree or disagree, or I don't think there'll be a disagreement on these, but there are a number of them, which I can go through quickly.
So we actually, if I may interrupt quickly, we structured the agenda today to go by 4 areas. First, buildings and facilities.
Right.
Then street, sidewalks, parks, open space, and traffic and transportation. So I may suggest to the committee that we first look at pages 58 to 86, which is buildings and permits, facilities, excuse me, have a tentative approval from the committee, and go through the next chapter of the general fund capital programs.
So, and just ask, so the comments that you're going to make will be suggested changes? Some of them are suggested changes to the CIP, or is it just comments?
They're mostly
comments?
They're mostly clarifications about procedure and clarifications about descriptions.
So I'd say cruise through those, and then if there are any suggested changes, we can address those. If they
58 to 87.
86, yeah.
86, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let her rip.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so let me get a marker in here too. Okay, page 58. This is what I mean when I say some of these are going to be pretty straightforward. This happens a couple of 3 places. Under impact analysis, it says this project may require mitigated negative declaration of historic building. That's only part of the equation. Actually, the staff can use the State Historic Building Code. That should be referenced here rather than looking towards mitigations. So it's the State Historic Building Code. Okay. And the HRB will know certainly what that is. On page 61, a couple of questions. One is, why is this in the buildings and facilities as opposed to parks and open space section? this one and the next one?
I think it could easily have gone into either category. Probably because it was including improvements to the interpretive center itself, and we would typically think of that as a building, but it's kind of a gray area where we're talking about structures that are in parks, and I see the point about the boardwalk.
About what?
About the boardwalk being included.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to follow my sword about it, but it seems to me that it needs to shift if that doesn't create some kind of big monetary issue here. And then clarification, because it talks about both the interpretive center and the boardwalk feasibility study, and I'm not quite sure why they're lumped together, though, because the building, and we're talking about doing improved signage in another project. We're talking about doing improved signage and displays there. And is the building itself, is it structurally, in question like the boardwalk is?
Some of the same types of, not in the way that the boardwalk is, where there are obvious problems with the boardwalk, but while we were going to be out there doing a structural evaluation, since it's essentially using the same pier type system, we wanted to evaluate that as well. And that is the reason. In fact, I could say that last year when these projects were first proposed, we had 3 different proposed Baylands Interpretive Center projects, and we purposely combined these 2 because we saw some synergy between them.
Well, I guess my concern about this, and I'll just put out there, is my concern about this is timeliness, because this has it going from fall winter 2013 to winter 2016, and the longer, I mean, that's just for the study, pre-design and the study, and the interpretive center itself is pretty sad on the inside, and so we're losing income, rental income, I would think, from that facility. It's pretty sad inside. So I don't know what we can do to like speed this up.
Looking at this now for the interpretive center, this project currently is not proposing construction funding or even design funding for the boardwalk. It's proposing a feasibility study for the boardwalk and to some extent the interpretive center. And then the design costs you see there in fiscal year 15 are meant to be for the interpretive center, and the $405,000 is in the wrong row. That should be construction funding for the interpretive center in fiscal year 16.
And that's for the interpretive center.
Yes.
Can I
So
interject? Go ahead.
So over in the description, the first paragraph, it talks about interpretive center structural systems and boardwalk and interpretive center improvements, including replacement of decking and exterior wood siding, flooring, cabinetry, all that sort of thing. And so cabinetry and doors, that's interior. So it seems muddled in terms of description to me. I mean, is that just me? I mean, it seems muddled, because are we restoring the inside of the interpretive center or not as a part of this? Because, there's no structural cost, but the description sounds like we are going to be doing structural things, not just the study of the design elements. And
yeah, it may not be the most clearly written. If I can explain it, the intent is to look at the entire structural system for both the interpretive center and the boardwalk. But then there may be other needs identified for the interpretive center that we're not yet aware of. But there are needs such as replacement of the siding and flooring and both interior and exterior that have been built into the construction estimate. Sure.
Good evening. Greg Betts, Director of Community Services. Let me see if I can help.
Okay, thank you.
This project actually got into the CIP plan about 6 years ago. Mostly it started with replacement of the siding of the interpretive center. It was going to be a project engineered by Public Works Facilities, primarily for the building maintenance. As the project moved forward in time, and it's getting closer and closer to actually being done, the project has morphed a little bit. And as Brad said, when the center is closed, we want to take advantage of that construction window to actually take care of three components. So taking the original replacement of the siding and the structural things. Secondly, on the interior of the building, to try to make the building more secure. There's a number of closets, cabinets that have no locks on them or unsecured. Access is poor, and the interior is going to be taken care of by the same carpenters and construction crews working on the exterior building. And then the final part of the project, which is a separate CIP, again, to try to coordinate all of these improvements at one time, is to upgrade the interpretive displays, which gets to your point about the shabby appearance of the interior of the center. So this is a project that's basically morphed, and that's partially why the description is confusing.
Yeah, anything we can do to try to clarify that. And again, I'm concerned about just the design and going out for 3 years or 2 years, I guess, and then the construction not happening until 2016. It's very, very hard for a building to stand empty. And it's not totally empty, but it's underutilized. And it's very hard on a building, especially in that environment. So I think Councilmember Byrd had some comments or questions.
Yeah, this is on the same subject. So one question is that under this CIP project, it lists environmental permitting. Does that apply to just the boardwalk or the center as well as the boardwalk?
I don't believe it would apply to the interpretive center improvements that are already scoped in here.
That was my assumption as well, which kind of either goes to the question of whether these should be divided between two projects or greater clarity as to which applies to each. Because I think Councilmember Holman and I are both concerned that we might be needlessly lumping these together and holding one or the other back somehow, or at least not having clarity in the project description because we're lumping them. Second, this goes to the intersection between a capital project and the future operating elements of it. So we had cutbacks to the interpretive center and its hours of operation. Can I get reminded as to where we stand currently on that? Maybe, Greg, do you know?
In terms of the hours of operation, we did cut back significantly on staffing, but we have turned the dial around in terms of adding part-time staffing, and have supplemented that with volunteers from the environmental volunteers to keep the center open an additional day each week.
Okay, so that leaps right to where I was heading, and you're one step ahead of me. But it seems that this is a community asset that is a natural for having a private nonprofit as a full partner in this, and maybe as the predominant partner in it, where the city is only supplying certain support services and we expand its hours of operation in the future, in particular after this capital project, by having it led predominantly by a nonprofit group, whether it's environmental volunteers or otherwise. And so we don't have to make those decisions today, but as we look at the investment in the capital part and how we would once we've fixed it up, how we would staff it at a level that the community may really seek once it's in better shape than it's been in quite a while. How might we do that? And I'd like to see it have more hours than it ever had. And I'm not sure that I can see that coming easily out of future staffing increases. And I'm not sure that's the best way to do this. So I just would like to toss that out for future consideration, not to have this partnership to just be at the hours we currently operate, but to really have it fully utilized as a center and expanded hours.
And just to reassure you that we're 2 steps ahead of you, I've personally reached out to Youth Science Institute, to the Marine Science Institute in Redwood City, to the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, and to Santa Clara County Parks to look at all opportunities. Youth Science Institute has very successful interpretive programs at Alum Rock and at Vasona and other Santa Clara County parks. What they wanted in terms of, they wanted to be heavily subsidized and did not want to take a risk in a new community. But believe me, we're not leaving any stone unturned on that.
So returning to that, I'm going to suggest that these be broken into 2 different projects. The interpretive center is one project, and the boardwalk is another project. It doesn't seem to me that they need to run on the same timeline. And I really, really worry that the interpretive center is suffering for being closed and potentially closed even, I shouldn't say closed, underutilized even more. I mean, it's been several months since I was on the inside of it, and it was sad, truly sad. And again, I'm not quite sure why that one and the next one are under buildings and facilities as opposed to parks and open space. I would suggest that they be moved to parks and open space. It seems like a more appropriate place. On page 64, same comment here. We've got, as I made on the first one, under impact analysis, environmental, it talks about mitigated negative declaration, if historic building, again, utilization of the State Historic Building Code. You're talking about some of the historic buildings like the Children's Library and such. And I was also kind of interested that replacement of the mechanical controls of the Children's Library was just redone a handful of years ago. So, I mean, how many years ago was that? It was, Pat, do you remember? Not many, maybe 6 years ago, maybe. So it's kind of interesting to me that we're looking at replacement of the mechanical controls already. So I'm questioning that.
I'm afraid I can't answer to that. I'm not familiar with
Okay.
the exact scope of the previous project.
So it's a question you can follow up with if you would please. On page 66, under supplemental information, the funding for this project is dependent on the availability of funding from the California Avenue Parking Permit Fund. Can assessment district funds or fees not be used for this project?
I'm sorry, what kind of funds?
Assessment district.
That is what we're, well, we can. Say it again. Yeah, she's talking about the assessment. Let me make sure we're talking about the same, the assessment, are you talking about for the assessment for the garages? Mm-hmm. Those funds, mm-hmm. Or just the fees that we have for the parking?
Well, either, I guess.
Because we're going to use the parking fees, but the assessment for the garages has to be dedicated for the garage debt service itself.
Only for the garages themselves?
Yeah, whatever the debt service is dedicated for,
okay.
That's the only use we can have.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Page 68. So under impact analysis, and I used to find this all the time, I found it a little bit less in looking at this CIP than I used to find all the time, but it says that this project is categorically exempt from CEQA. I would suggest that when you're looking at Baylands Preserve Sailing Station and Golf Course, that maybe not exempt from CEQA. So I would say maybe, or eliminate that sentence, one or the other, because there certainly could be environmental impacts. Page 73. See, we skipped a few pages, just not every page. Page 73. Under the 1, 2, 3 fiscal year 2017, skip police levels and installation of double-paned windows at Lucy Stern Community Center. That is not exempt from CEQA. That's an historic building. There's no way that would be exempt from CEQA. And it would require design for by the HRB. So please make those corrections. It also talks about Children's Theater in the next fiscal year 2018, Children's Theater and Lucy Stern Community Center. And it doesn't say what the work is there, but it also references those two historic structures for whatever kind of work. There's several things indicated, which might be interior, but even interior can have effect on those public buildings. So please add the HRB there, which you have above, but remove the exempt from CEQA and will require HRB review, please. And the city should have those clearly identified in its review processes. One comment on page 77, impact analysis. This is the MSC roofing. I will leave this to you guys. I can't say for sure. I didn't go out there and look to remind myself, but that might need Parks and Rec review because of the setting. Have to read my own note here. Okay, nothing there. Okay, that does it for that section. Any questions back from staff?
No, thank you very much. We'll take note of that and we'll correct.
Great.
As we will talk to planning staff and make sure it's correct.
Okay. You mean you're questioning me?
Just to be clear, some of these changes, we'll put them into the final draft. So you may not necessarily see items listed out for the council because there's going to be numerous things to do, but we are noting the comments you're making so we can make it for the final print.
Okay, and so when it goes to council, you'll have a list of these, and then when the council approves, then you'll print the final version.
Correct. Well, we're not asking for a motion, so we're accepting your comments as they are.
Okay, all right.
Brad, one question on the building systems improvements. When we upgrade HVAC systems and other large motors, do we have in Public Works an internal policy to necessarily move to variable speed motors when we do that? Are you familiar with those pros and cons?
I'm not aware of a specific policy. I mean, we are seeking out energy efficient equipment when we do that.
So I'd just recommend that maybe you engage with Gil Friend on that. I would guess he's going to be familiar with the huge energy difference of that. It's a strong emerging trend, and that may be getting captured in what you're doing, or it may not. Okay.
Thank you.
Liz?
I think Karen did a good job of covering that section.
Yeah. A couple quick questions. really just pointing out a couple of things. On page 64, the building systems improvement, fiscal year 2019, you mentioned Fire Station 4. It's something to keep an eye on the hopeful assumption that the city passes a bond measure at the end of this year and our TRT increase.
I think you found another area of overlap between the funding plan and the CIP that we hadn't caught. So,
yeah,
so we would update that.
Perfect. On page 68, city facility parking lot maintenance. In fiscal year 2016, we've got the animal shelter. Is that part of the MSC study? I mean, we talked about this a lot on iBrick, and then I know we're doing an MSC study, and I'm not sure when that's coming back to us, although you might have mentioned it at some point in here. But I know that, at least on iBrick, when we had liberty to pretend like rules didn't apply, we were talking about all sorts of things of moving things around and reconfiguring it for better efficiencies, and who knows whether or not anything at the MSC site will be in the future where it currently is. So it might be, I just want to make sure we're not spending money on something and then 2 years later deciding to change the whole thing. So something to keep an eye out.
Okay. And I should point out here that we haven't talked about the MSC study for a while. We haven't started that yet. There's been work done on the scope for it, kind of a multi-departmental effort, but frankly, it's a little bit stalled right now with other projects and priorities that we have in place. So I didn't want to let your comment pass without.
No, I appreciate the update, and maybe get council more thorough explanation of kind of what's going on there and what the plan is moving forward. Then along those lines, take this next comment with a grain of salt, which was on page 81, the Utility Control Center SCADA building, which I think that's at the MSC site, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was going to make the same comment, but now I'm not sure whether or not to make it based on the status of the MSC study. But just, I guess it's tough to make any comments without knowing what the status of that is. So my overarching status will be make sure that we're not spending a lot of money on something we might totally change in the near future. But I do know that building's a remarkably important one, and so do whatever you've got to do to make sure that it's up to code and functioning properly and all that jazz. Yep.
I didn't somehow get a tab on that page. On page 81, same thing, the projects being categorically exempt from CEQA just can't be accurate because you're talking children's theater there, for instance. And then there's a little bit of confusion here because, and also it seems like Parks and Rec ought to be involved in some of the projects that are listed there. But then the project the building that's mentioned in the, or that's that has the photograph here, that's the ranger station, the ranger cottage out in the Baylands, but it's not mentioned as one of the projects. So is there some work recommended for it or scheduled for that, or is this like the wrong photo?
That photograph, it was illustrative of a project that was just recently completed.
Okay, so nothing's going to be happening now to this project. Okay, all right. Okay, so add Parks and Rec, it would seem to me, and remove the exempt from CEQA.
Mark, I have a follow-up to your questions.
Please.
Again, on page 68, when we're looking at the golf course resurfacing, is that still relevant given our current situation? It's 2015. It's a right-of-way kind of project, so you don't have to get back on it tonight. I'm just raising it because that's a big issue, and I'm not sure it's valid.
Yeah, the parking lot was not included as part of the project that you have before it. Obviously, we need to get through the permitting process, the issue, if that's what you're referring to. So some of these items that are in there could be delayed if there's, and throughout the document, there could be items that are such, but that's a good point, that we need to be looking out for those items that have triggers.
And the same area that you were pursuing before, whether or not there could be public-private partnerships under the animal shelter. And I know that I've had a couple of notes from people indicating that they want to fundraise and build a shelter, just to call that out. I'm sure you all know that, but given that that's a 2016 project, it probably would be a good time to look at whether or not that group is able and ready to do something. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. So just to follow up on Karen's point in regards to the Baylands Interpretive Center improvements and boardwalk feasibility study, was staff just planning on separating that out, or should we incorporate that into our motion in the?
We can split it up.
Yep, perfect. I think that makes sense. I'll agree with Karen and Pat on that. So I'll go ahead and move the tentative approval of the buildings and facilities capital. But do you want us to do these separately, or no? Not necessary.
Sorry, if you want to wait till we go through all four, that's
Sure, let's do it.
But that would be with the suggestions that Karen made, correct?
correct.
But we're going to wait until the end, and then
I heard you.
yeah.
Got it.
So let's move on to streets and sidewalks. If you guys are ready.
That's correct. That's pages 90 to 105.
And should we just? Yeah, I guess you guys already did your presentation, so we'll kick it off. Anybody want to kick it off?
Let me try it with this one. The El Camino median landscape improvements. Could you amplify that a bit? Probably the most.
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 91.
Thanks.
El Camino median landscape improvements. As it says, they've fallen into disrepair. But it would seem with this, if this is going to be in keeping with the Grand Boulevard schematic, that you would be following that at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Jaime was here. I was turning around.
Okay, I didn't see that in there. It says the El Camino Real Master Planning Study. I presume that's ours, though, right? Not.
That is our study.
So how does Grand Boulevard play into this? Or doesn't it? I'm not calling it into question as much as I need an answer as to whether or not everyone is on the same page with that, because that's a huge undertaking. And every so often I'm invited to a meeting that's talking about the Grand Boulevard, and I went to my first meetings in 2000 on it, or maybe late 19-somethings.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Niss. My name is Jaime Rodriguez. I'm the Chief Transportation Official for the city. And yes, the answer to your question is yes. As these big projects begin to move forward, we will be, trying to implement the visions of the Grand Boulevard program as we implement projects.
So it probably would be good to put that in, if not just for us, for other cities as well that are have really been pushing that. And the same when you got to the Embarcadero Road corridor improvements, where I think probably my favorite light design in the whole city is the traffic signals at Palo and the irritation that almost everyone has with that current intersection. So does this indicate that in some way is going to improve that? Through a change in lights, through what, Jaime, maybe you could address that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Niss. Yes, that's exactly what this project will do. In this current fiscal year that we're in now, we're already funding the design of the traffic signal modifications at the Embarcadero Road, Town and Country Pali driveway, and the adjacent Embarcadero Road and Pali crossing. What's shown in the construction costs is the merging of those two traffic signals, which today are independent, into one. So we're designing
become one.
That's right. So
I
that'll
think
be
the
project
public
goes out
will
to
be
bid.
delighted to
Yes.
hear that. Sure. So for all my friends that will ask me about this, and they will, when are you going to do something about it? When are we going to do something about it?
The plan would be to put a project out to bid as early as this fall.
So, but when might completion be? Is that going to be a year or 2 years?
It would be by spring of 2015.
That is a...
That's construction of the signal modification. And the other part that's shown here, the $350,000 for design costs, that's the capacity improvements and overall design of what do we do with Embarcadero to widen it out at El Camino Real to get more capacity through the intersection. So we're anticipating a rather lengthy process to work with the state and engage the community as well as all the merchants and the schools. So there's 2 phases next fiscal year. One, get the traffic signal low-hanging fruit improvements done right away, and also plan for the larger-term improvements.
But you're not getting rid of any lights.
No.
You're synchronizing them.
We're combining them into one. Right now, there are 2 separate signals there.
So
we're merging them to one.
If I can pursue this a little, Mark, because that's one of my standard routes. I've almost given up pizza in the morning and gone downtown. So the issue with synchronization is that as I watch those lights, somebody's always pushing the Palo lights to cross, and someone else is frequently waiting to trip the light as they come out of T&C, where they might go across to Palo. I don't know quite how you're going to synchronize it. You don't have to explain it tonight, but I think it's a major challenge, especially with that on-demand light that is the Palo crossing.
That's right.
So at some point, if you want to explain that all to us, it would. I know the general public would really be delighted.
No problem.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mark. I think that does it for my
Thank you.
complaining about the traffic lights.
And I have a follow-up on that one, Jaime. So my note on this one was I agree with Vice Mayor Niss about coordinating those 2 lights, but then there's the light at El Camino. So are we coordinating with that? Because this doesn't say.
That's actually the design part of this project, the $350,000 design cost. That's to figure out how we can make the 2 signals, which will be 1 by spring of 2015, and make that synchronized with the El Camino Real corridor.
Okay. Am I remembering? I'm thinking that there are 3 lights there. There are 2 near Town and Country, and then there's the one at El Camino.
That's correct.
So maybe it's just how I read it, but I don't read this as incorporating synchronization with the light at El Camino.
We will not be synchronizing this with the project as described now. The synchronization happens at the first 2 signals at the Palo Pet Crossing, as well as the Embarcadero and Palo driveways. Those 2 get synchronized because they become one traffic signal. We design and figure out what we need to do at El Camino Real as part of the design phase, but we wouldn't build that yet. We need to get approval from the state, make sure they work with us, and maybe they'll relinquish control of that traffic signal to us. We don't know yet. And so once we figure out the capacity improvements and the long-term operations, then we'll have something to come back to ask you for construction funding, but we're not asking for that yet at El Camino Real.
But that's...
Could I add to that?
Sure.
I'm not sure it's going to be the panacea that you're saying, because the backups there are so phenomenal. But I have faith in you, Jaime.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a phased improvement. Progress, not perfection.
I mean, this isn't a staff report, of course, but but clarification on that might be good. And then clarification for me is like widening improvements, because, of course, in our comp plan, we talk about we don't widen roadways to increase capacity. So what do you mean by widening improvements here?
Thank you, Councilor Holman. We sent the council staff report back last year in September that kind of laid out our thoughts and how we could build out improvements along Embarcadero Road. And we went as far as trying to figure out what we call concept plan lines really early on, meaning we would try and figure out how we could reconfigure lane configurations on the roadway at an early phase. And there's a very wide park strip in front of Palo Alto High School on the south side of Embarcadero Road. That would be an opportunity for us to widen out Embarcadero Road. So we wouldn't necessarily be impacting the sidewalks now, but we dig into that park strip, which today doesn't have any trees beyond just low shrubbery. And so that would be an opportunity for us to add a second westbound left turn to go from Embarcadero Road onto South El Camino Real, heading out towards Page Mill. And it will also allow us to introduce a right turn lane to get into Palo. And so that's how we would add capacity to the intersection. Then once we do figure out that design, we can work out the synchronization improvements as well.
Yeah, okay.
It's a complicated project, it really is.
It is indeed.
Can I just
comment just before? Jaime, everything sounded great, except that when you were talking about a right turn lane to get into Palo, I've never seen it backed up. From El Camino you're talking about?
From El Camino getting into Palo.
Yeah, well, we won't belabor it here, but I just want to raise that as a flag because we got short real estate, and that particular component I've never seen as part of the problem.
Well, and sorry, just so I'm understanding, turning right from El Camino onto Embarcadero, and then the Embarcadero entrance, not on El Camino.
On the Embarcadero entrance, that's
Okay,
right.
sorry, just want to make sure I understood.
Okay, I had just a couple more comments in this section, if nobody else does.
I will.
Okay, page 95. The Newell Road, San Francisco Creek Bridge replacement, that project, from my perspective, really should go to the HRB. That bridge was constructed in 1911. It's in an established neighborhood. It seems to me that the HRB ought to review a new bridge design. And I've heard comments from neighbors about the various bridges and how they have concerns about the very modernist approach of the ARB and imposing that in these traditional neighborhoods. Page 97, this is a comment that I've made, and Mike Starter will maybe remember a conversation we had years ago about what I'm going to say, and it's sidewalk repairs. And when I see sidewalk repairs done and sidewalk replacements done, registering yet, Mike? It's the color of the concrete that's being used. And the traditional old sidewalks, and what I've always understood that sidewalks were to be, was a natural color in neighborhoods that blend into the planted environment, which is what we have in parking strips and all of that. And the concrete that we use is not tinted, and it's not stone on top or just rough, I don't know what you would call it, aggregate or something on top for traction. It's just concrete, so it's blue and blue-white, and it's very harsh. It's very harsh as replacement in the neighborhood, so I just wanted to call that out and see if staff might come back with something on that. Then on street light improvements on page 101, as Jim will recall, I've had comments and concerns about this ongoingly. This is street light improvements, and the project description says it replaces street light poles, pole foundations, luminaires, and wiring. And the photo that's here it looks like it's in front of the former University Art, and that's even at the corner of the National Register District, if that photo means anything. And it says that under impact analysis, categorically exempt from CEQA. I've had concerns for a long time. What exactly is the definition of the street light improvements? Because we have, University Avenue, for instance, the Ramona Street Historic District, we have the old traditional, even original lamp posts, and even the luminaires, I shouldn't call them the globes, I guess you would call them, on University Avenue. If we replace all of those, the community will scream, I'm quite confident. Same thing in some of the other neighborhoods. The Ramona Street Historic District is just that. So if you remove those poles and put in something else, it really would have an impact. So CEQA, it isn't specific on where or what's left. But I think what is left in this project is what's, downtown, and utilities is looking for something that's, maybe appropriate, but it still is indicating replacement. So I have huge questions and issues and concerns about this. And it doesn't indicate it's going to the HRB, and it says it's categorically exempt from CEQA, and I don't think the public understands what's being intended. And some clarification, some public outreach around these would be most appropriate. So those are my comments in this section.
Pat?
Well, Brad, thanks for your update on the streets. As you can imagine, trying to figure out how to have the public understand and appreciate how much progress we're doing. Remains a challenge, and I appreciate those additional updates you made on the various efforts that we've done on that. What I think probably still stands out to the public are those streets that are in really bad shape, that are probably pretty near term on our list of next streets that we'll repair. So there's kind of two things. One is the big picture story about what we've been doing since fiscal year 2011. And the second is the remaining sore spots. And so maybe if we can take a subset and focus on that, if you give the public the whole list, it's kind of find your needle in the haystack, where probably they're saying, I hate the fact that Forest is just so terrible, and I can cite 2 or 3 other streets. And if we cull those out and present them to them, that may be more easily digestible, and they get it across. And then the other thing is you touched on the fact that you're beginning to project what will be our ongoing funding costs once we've completed the catch-up. So we were 1.9 million through the, up until fiscal year 2011, where we doubled it, and then we've added more than another 50% since then. And so we're spending quite a bit more than it would take to maintain the streets at the high level once we complete this. Do you have any idea yet how much more? I mean, we have an historic figure of what we were spending on for present net value dollars, and we know that for a number of years that was too little, and we're pretty confident that we're now, we're obviously in a catch-up mode, it's obvious. So somewhere in between that 1.9 million and the 6.5 must be the number. Is that right? Do you have any idea where that might be?
I'm sorry, but I really don't. We've been working kind of furiously trying to get all this data configured so we could run these scenarios, because I knew we would be discussing this tonight, and we weren't able to get it done in time. But yeah, you're correct. I mean, I'm hoping that it would be half or maybe less than the current funding, but I really don't have anything to base that on.
Even if we end up figuring out that that it was twice what we were spending, the 3.8, or it's inflation adjusted, that's a lot less than we're spending today, and so that's going to be capital dollars we're going to be able to switch over to another purpose come 2018, 2019. Okay, thanks.
You stole my question, so I don't have any. So let's move on to Parks and Open Space.
Sounds great. This is Parks and Open Space. These are pages in the capital budget document, page 108 to 133.
Anybody? We'll go that. Karen, Liz.
I've got a quick one, but it's on art and public places. Do you have the same one? I'm just figuring out what the difference is now that we do have the 1% in place. And it looks as though it offsets it, but of course we still have maintenance on the old pieces of art. So does that answer the question in essence?
So this project here is those capital projects linked to the city's public art project, not for the developers project. So it's a different subset. So this is what just the funding for that is.
That explains it. Thank you.
If I just might add on that particular page, I mean, there's the annual appropriation over the 5-year period of the CIP, but if you look up in the prior years as far as continuing appropriations, there's over $600,000 in a sense that has been built up that needs to be spent also. So it's more like $1 million.
Okay, page 116, Mitchell Park improvements. Actually, it's a clarification on this because the description talks about playground equipment, repair and maintenance, fence around the water play element, covered wood walkway structure at Mitchell Park. And then it says justifications because these elements are in poor condition or need a replacement. So I guess the question here is, does this mean replacement in kind or replacement with new and different? And the reason the question is important was because this isn't going to Parks and Rec, although it should, is because, I don't know who else might remember this, but several years ago, maybe around 2000, maybe, the fourth graders at Fairmeadow School, if I remember correctly, came forward and they lobbied the staff and the city council not to replace those play elements in Mitchell Park, and the staff had proposed to do that. So they're much beloved by the children, and their lobby efforts were very, very successful and won them some awards and some coverage and even the Mercury News. So if what's intended here is to replace them in kind, that's one thing. But if there's some intention to quote unquote upgrade, it should go to Parks and Rec, and there should be some outreach to the public on these particular things. Does Darren have some comment? Because it doesn't say replace in kind, and that's why the question comes up for me.
Good evening, Darren Anderson, Division Manager, Open Space, Parks and Golf. That's a great question. Every time we do a CIP for a park, we bring it to Park and Recreation Commission. So we'll come in with a draft plan that usually is replace in kind. There's usually a public outreach process incorporated with the meetings with the commission, and usually that's where it changes, if at all. But staff will come with a proposal to replace in kind.
Okay, and it doesn't say Parks and Rec here.
It will go. It's an omission that will change.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. And so it will be replace in kind.
That's what staff will bring forward. However, almost always there ends up being some sort of change through the public process.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, this is programmed for fiscal year 2018. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah. But we don't want to continue something that's... other comments are pretty lightweight. Page 123, again, Parks and Open Space emergency repairs, because of what it lists here, it seems like Parks and Rec ought to be included on the list of potential board and commission review. And then a general comment, which I headed to earlier, is perhaps none of these would qualify for impact fee expenditures, but it would be good to know, as a supplement to this, how much money is in our, different impact fee funds, how much we have, and what they can be utilized for.
Yeah, we just gave you that at the last, well, we've done it twice. We repackaged the item because the development impact fee had 2 new services, and we had given you balances in there recently within the last couple of weeks, but we can definitely repackage that information with those balances.
Maybe I overlooked or didn't recognize it as such, so apologies if I just didn't recognize it. Okay, thank you.
One comment, really quick, Chair Berman, to City Manager Keene's comment. It's important for the public to recognize this, so let me say it. For the capital program, the way the structure works is that the first year is adopted, and it's a done deal. The years 2nd through the 5th is adopted in concept, and it can be changed, just so people know that.
Can I ask one other question? And it doesn't quite fit here, but it sort of does. I go by El Camino Park, and there's nothing in here, but I go by El Camino Park, and it's like a field of weeds. So is there any update on the status of that?
I can give the summary update is that we're moving into the final phase of design for the park. So you're correct, there's nothing in here because these are 15 through 19. The funding for that project is in a couple of different CIPs that were from fiscal year 13. So in the near future, you'll actually be seeing a park improvement ordinance coming to you. We'll be moving forward with design, And I think our current schedule is to complete design around the end of this year and begin construction.
Yeah, it's
in
one of
the
those
fall.
projects, it seems like it's been in the design phase and gone back through. It seems like it's been a long time happening, so thank you for the update.
And I realize this is essential on page 121, but I think it may seem somewhat odd to the public that we're redoing irrigation systems during a drought. And I'm sure that we can make total sense out of it, but it is a little unusual.
Well, I think understand the point. Obviously, the gardens still need irrigation, and this addresses the potential unreliability of the irrigation system. So we might actually be losing water, and with the current plan, we'll go ahead. If somehow I'm not correct about this, we'll get back to you and let you know that.
So to sound grinchy, do we keep track of the amount of water that's used in the gardens? Because I walk through there a lot, you may too, but frequently some are less successful than others.
Right now, the gardens are not metered, so we don't have an absolute number on how much each garden is being used. So that will be one thing that we'll amend, is there'll be meters so we can actually track exactly what's being used and hopefully have some goals for the gardeners to meet once they can track their water use.
I know our community gardens are, extremely valued, but it's also hard to monitor them. That's it, Mark. Thanks.
Pep? Nope. So actually, I want to ask one question on that same page. But first, it kind of struck me while people have been coming up and answering questions. I just want to thank staff. I know that you guys are staying a long time tonight, and some of you won't get asked any questions, but definitely appreciate everybody who's here, and just your ability to ask questions on a dime is very helpful. So thank you guys. One question on page 121. And I don't want to feed the conspiracy theorists out there, but I noticed that we don't have any community gardens in South Palo Alto, and I don't know if suggesting there might be a Midtown one, but so just something to think about moving forward. If there are any opportunities, I think that'd be a nice addition to our community garden.
Mark, could I chime in? Because
Assets.
we were at Eleanor Pardee today, and one of the things that Peter explained to us is that where the community gardens are was supposed to be, see if I've got this right, it was supposedly an extension of the park. That was the original plan, way back when. And so when they began the community gardens, however, there was a great deal of pressure to keep them community gardens. And as I recall, it was the same situation with the Rinconada Library, is that was meant for expansion. And I remember this because I was on the council before when this happened. And the outcry was such that the community gardens are still there. Now, some of my history may not be totally correct, but I think I'm close. That they were primarily accidental.
They were meant for for future growth.
They were meant for other purposes, but once something got started there, it was extremely difficult to stop it. Mm-hmm. So I think, if I remember right, either Jim or somebody else, the community garden at Rinconada Library was definitely in the plans to expand at some point, which, I do remember the community was very unhappy at the thought of losing any of the garden space. If anyone remembers differently, it'll be interesting to know.
Karen?
Well, as a community gardener, I'll chime in here and just say that from my experience, and your memory may be right, I don't know, but the community gardens actually act as an extension of Parkland as they are, because I'm at Pardee and people walk through there and walk their dogs and run and everything else through there, and they enjoy the garden, so it actually functions as Parkland anyway. But to Mark's point about South Palo Alto, When I was liaison to Parks and Rec, we looked a lot at Sterling Canal off Meadow, and I don't know what's happened to that. I heard that there was like some complication, but maybe Greg would know that or might not want to comment as an update, or Darren. But we did look at Sterling Canal as a pretty prime location to install a community garden in South Palo Alto.
Thank you. There were 2 points. One is we do have Ventura Community Garden. That's in South Palo Alto. The second point on Sterling Canal, I have an ad hoc committee from the Park and Recreation Commission. We've met out at Sterling and walked the area, and the commission agreed that it looked like a promising site. Subsequent to that, I discussed the issue with utilities and PG&E, both who have easements that travel right through there. They also use the area for storage. So right now there's several enormous pipes that are stored out there, and they told me that their current use as a storage area is something they needed and couldn't relinquish for other needs like community gardens. Right now, Director Betts and I will continue discussions with utilities to see what other opportunities are available.
Because they didn't used to utilize the canal itself for storage, so.
So just to follow up on that, and thank you for letting me know, I wasn't aware of the Ventura community garden. So does that one not need improvements to its irrigation system?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And I think Pat might have had a question.
Well, just kind of following up on both of the points by my colleagues that they were not, for the most part, originally designed as community gardens where they exist, but they were utilized for that purpose and then valued and retained. And as Councilmember Holman had said, that park goers actually, non-gardeners, view it as a real amenity for those parks. And so that leads to kind of the opportunity for that discussion in other areas of the community and parts of South Palo Alto. If neighborhoods identify areas either in our existing parks or other public-owned land that is candidate area for community gardens, that can be a community discussion that they can have at a grassroots level, perhaps facilitated by staff, but this is really a neighborhood value and a decision on how they'd like to utilize that. But if we think about an area like what's now the Magical Bridge parkland, that was largely fallow land in Mitchell Park for 50 years. And somebody else could have come up in that prior time and said, why don't we use it for a community garden? So I think that people who know their neighborhoods and know their parks know the areas that are really underutilized, and they can certainly are probably the best resource to come forward and propose candidate sites to open a community discussion. And so I just want to use this opportunity to suggest that. And as staff interacts with those neighborhoods, to make sure that we're open to those kinds of ideas. But I think ultimately it would be a neighborhood-based decision more than a top-down city decision on how to utilize that land. Thanks.
Totally agree. So if we don't have any other comments on parks and open space, we can move on to traffic and transportation.
And those sections in the budget document are pages 136 to page 151.
Mark, could I dive in with one of my favorite intersections? Please. So it's a little hard to see your diagram on page 140, but right after El Camino, Embarcadero, Pali would come this one, because I will avoid this at any cost, especially between 4 and 6. So if I look at the somewhat condensed diagram, Jaime, could you explain a little about this? Are you talking about widening Churchill?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Niss. Yes, this is exactly what we're proposing. The concept here is that we, and this is a project, by the way, that's already under design. We've already began the community outreach process for this project. The concept here is that we would, again, just like at Embarcadero, we would widen, in this case to the north, into the park strip in front of the Palo Unified School District offices, and add a new right turn lane to get people from westbound Churchill onto northbound El Camino towards Town and Country.
And as I said, this is kind of small, but I'm presuming the bike lane is protected in that and so forth.
It is, and in this case, the bike lane would be placed between the right turn lane, the new right turn lane, and the left turn lane.
This is a very busy intersection.
Very busy intersection,
and
yes.
Much as I know we'd love to see a grade separation there at some point, probably it's not going to be in the near future. So this looks like it would be a very welcome change for that neighborhood, for Pali, for trying to get anywhere else in the morning. So I'm glad to see that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go
I said just one.
You can take that back.
Yeah. Just looking at. Okay. Page 136. So the pedestrian and bicycle transportation plan projects. There's an allocation here of $6 million, but the description is pretty general, so it's hard to know how much of the plan that this covers or it accomplishes. So I guess for me it's just a comment about it'd be nice to quantify this a little better so we know what we're funding. If that makes sense, or if you have any thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. It's actually a question that we get a lot from people. And the truth of the matter of fact is that we don't know what we're going to build yet until we begin this community outreach process. That's one of the challenges with the bicycle pedestrian transportation plan is the plan does a great job of identifying a network of proposed routes and bicycle lanes and bicycle boulevard facilities, but the community needs to weigh in on what is the level of improvements they want to see within their neighborhood. And so that's where we invest a lot of money and time into this early planning phase that we're doing now through these bicycle boulevard planning projects. We're developing, again, those concept plan lines that aren't necessarily to say and lock in a firm alignment of a roadway, but basically to build consensus within the community about, do you want a bulb out here? Or do you want a pedestrian activated flashing beacon? Do you want a traffic signal facility as part of your improvement? And so, we as soon as we get that level of detail done, then we can put a real solid number to the project. The way I see a lot of this money being spent over the next 5 years is that as we identify these plan line concepts for all the projects, we're going to build all of these projects in phases over several years. And the best example I can point you to is the Matadero Margarita Bicycle Boulevard that the council approved about a month ago. And that had a 4-phase implementation that will probably take about 3 years. Low-hanging fruit things like bicycle boulevard signage, green bicycle lanes, those things that we'll build with this money right away. We won't wait. But things like removing a stop sign and adding a traffic circle example, well, once we identify that we want to do that, then that has to go through a separate design process as well to figure out with the community, well, how do you want to landscape that circle? What does it need to look like? How will it accommodate emergency vehicles through the community? And so a lot of this is just, again, progress, not perfection immediately, but we'll be moving things forward on all these projects right away.
I could just add, I know it's not here in the CIP, but in the work plan for the council in this area, the list, the current list does identify the projects that are under sort of community outreach and then anticipated design or whatever work in 2015. So you can see that list there, more specifically by segment.
Thank you for that. And then on page 150, it's a similar comment. Again, I don't expect this to be a staff report, but I think what's intended by this one also is software that can help direct people to parking garages and let people know where there's space available and that sort of thing. But it's kind of general enough in description that it doesn't mention those kinds of things that I think would generate public comment as well.
That's correct, Councilmember Holman. And just as an FYI for you and for people watching at home is we will be coming back to the council in August with an implementation plan for the parking program. And so in that council update in August, the council had a lot more detail regarding the recommended steps to implement a lot of these technology improvements that are discussed in general terms in the CIP tonight.
I want to briefly jump in and I don't use this term lightly, pile on the parking technology. And I'm excited to hear that we're going to get an update in August. We received an email from a resident yesterday that I was just rereading. I couldn't say it better myself, and I won't, bother rereading it to everybody here. But it talks about how so many other cities have a lot of parking technology, and you've heard me say this a couple of times over the year and a half that I've been on council. So you're coming back to us in August with an update. How soon are we going to get some of this technology implemented in our parking garages and start using apps to help people identify where open spots are without having to drive around town for 15 minutes?
I think a lot of those things, Councilman Berman, are going to come probably by spring and summer of 2015.
Okay.
So, even though you're going to get an update in August with a recommended implementation plan, we're not going to wait for you to approve that. We're going to write all the RFPs that once you give us the green light in August, we're going to cut those loose in August, September.
So they'll be teed up and ready to go pretty much.
They'll be teed up and ready to go.
Great. Sorry for diving in. Do you have any other questions? Great. Pat, any questions? Nope. Liz, do you have any other questions? Nope. You're good? Great. That was the only question I had, or comment. With that,
You need a motion?
I need a motion. You going to make it?
I'm glad to.
Perfect.
On number 4?
Please. Yes.
Thank you. Number 4, for buildings and facilities, streets and sidewalks, parks and open space, traffic and transportation, a tentative approval, sending it forward.
Second. Is there anything in that place's memo we need to tack on there?
If I just would like to ask the motion to be slightly amended. At the place's memorandum, we're proposing to add a project for the levy study, the feasibility study for the levy, of $500,000, and then defunding the LATP side by $500,000. That would have to be included in this motion, please, if the committee agrees.
Do you have a question? Okay.
Yeah.
So
let's include what Walter has suggested.
it seems like a smart move. Yeah.
Yes.
And let's also make sure to articulate, including that we're including the comments and suggestions that were made by council members. So there's a motion and a second. Do you have any comments?
No.
Motion? Nope. Me neither.
I meant to ask one other question, which is the Bixby Park. The LATP funding, since it's not being used now, and part of it's being used for this new study, how far would that go to landscaping Bixby Park? Because that's been waiting for literally decades.
Councilmember Holman, which funding are you referring to? Sorry.
The balance of the LATP funding.
The balance of the LATP.
How far would that go to landscaping?
The exact figures escape me, but I think our estimate we've been using for the complete Bixby Park project is on the order of $3.2 million. And the infrastructure funding plan proposes funding $2.6 million of that. So there is proposed funding for Bixby Park soon. I wouldn't know the figure offhand exactly about what the cost of the landscaping would be.
And and Mark can answer this, but the infrastructure funding includes Bixby Park, but it's not included in the ballot funding measure. Is that correct?
I think it might be a part of the ballot. I think it is part of the ballot measure. It's 2.6 million, I think.
I thought I read that it's not included.
Go ahead.
It's actually proposing to use park development impact fees to fund that. So, and the ballot measure that's being discussed is being discussed as a general tax measure. So it is not put forward to provide funding for very specific projects like Bixby Park.
Okay, that's helpful because I had a different understanding based on what I'd read. So, okay, thank you.
Can't believe what you read. Great. So I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. We have. Thank you very much.
Shift change.
So now it's the last department in your operating budget. You went through everything the last 2 weeks. So what we have today is the Public Works Department. We will first discuss the general fund portion, then the refuse fund, then the storm drain fund, the wastewater treatment fund, the airport fund, and the vehicle replacement fund. And for those enterprise funds, we have the operating portion as well as the capital budget portion. So with that, we are getting Mike Sarder set up, and he will make the presentation on the Public Works Department. Let me just get the slides there. Okay. Whenever Mike is ready, we can turn it over to him. The other thing I do want to mention, he will talk, as I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting today, about change in his budget. Initially, the proposed budget included adding a public work facilities manager, and we reviewed this recommendation, and instead of adding a full-time benefit position at this time, we are asking to amend this proposal and instead provide consulting funding of $75,000 for an operations study of the entire facilities operation. We have done this for the vehicle fund. Vehicles operation was very successful, and as he will talk about today, Mike, that study from the vehicle fund resulted in efficiency recommendations, which we're hoping to implement as part of fiscal year 2015.
You're reading from something, so can you direct us to
Sure.
where that is?
And that is at the Places memo on the second page, Public Works Facilities Manager, and then agenda item 5A.
Thank you, Walter. Mike Sarder, Public Works Director. Sitting to my left here is Sharon McWay, our business manager for the department. And then in the audience, you can see we have each of our assistant directors of our 4 operating divisions and other senior managers that will be here to be able to answer questions. So real quickly, Public Works Department mission is to preserve and enhance Palo Alto residents' quality of life by providing efficient, safe, cost-effective services while maintaining city assets, supporting private development, and being environmental stewards. The purpose of the Public Works Department is to maintain valuable infrastructure, promote our urban forest, prevent pollution of creeks and bay, promote reuse and recycling, encourage alternative fuel vehicles. We provide continuous operation of our regional water quality control plant, provide efficient and cost-effective garbage, recyclable and yard trimming collection, processing and disposal. We also deliver timely support to city departments and private development community. This year, we will begin operating a safe and financially sustainable airport. Lastly, we effectively manage the city's capital fund along with refuse, wastewater treatment, storm drainage, airport, and fleet operations. Phew, I can't believe I took on this job. As I mentioned, we have 4 operating divisions: public services, environmental services, engineering services, and we will be taking over the airport this year. We also have an administrative division that consists of Sharon McWay, my business manager, and executive staff. Next slide. So accomplishments this year include continued progress towards the goal of excellent street conditions, as Brad covered during the CIP presentation. We are capping the final section of the landfill for the future Bixby Park. We coordinated the takeover with the help of our attorney's office of the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center project with a new contractor after we terminated Flintco. And Brad gave you a little bit of the update on that as well. We are also continuing the on-time and on-budget construction of the Rinconado Library. For fiscal year 2015, we are confident that we will be completing the construction of both the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center and the Rinconado Library, and it's looking like we'll be opening both of those facilities at relatively the same time, November, December of this year. As Brad pointed out in the CIP, we are developing and implementing an infrastructure management system as recommended by the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission. Another initiative that we started last year and we are working on earnest this year is to gain accreditation with the American Public Works Association. You probably have not heard of this before. This is a program that's been put in place about 5-6 years ago by the American Public Works Association. It provides a standard best management practices for all of our areas of expertise. We are in the process of reviewing our current operations and our adherence to those best management practices. Only 80 of over 15,000 public agencies in this country and Canada have gained accreditation since the program started. We expect to complete our accreditation process and work with the APWA review team sometime toward the end of this year, this calendar year, and hope to be in the top 100 or one of the first 100 public agencies in the country to be so accredited. We are also have recently obtained approval from you and the rest of your colleagues on our bio and organics facilities plan for our biosolids, our food waste, and our yard trimmings. And lastly, on this slide, I want to point out that we're in conjunction with the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority. We're implementing an enhanced flood warning system for San Francisco Creek. And that will be incorporated into an update of our flood website. So for the general fund, fiscal year 2015, we'll be working to train our staff in the operation and maintenance of the new library and community center buildings. As you're aware, the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center will be a LEED Platinum facility, so there'll be some very complex systems in that building that need to be maintained and operated. We will also be rolling out to you later this summer the Urban Forest Master Plan, which has been a combined effort with conjunction with Canopy and Actera to develop an Urban Forest Master Plan that will be including an eco-analysis of Palo Alto's trees, provide building energy use reduction, provide carbon sequestration, improve air quality, provide stormwater runoff enhancements, improve aesthetics and property values, provide and improve wildlife habitat, and also provide social and health benefits through our urban forests. It will be quite an accomplishment once this document is approved and implemented. Moving to our refuse fund, as you heard from us 2 weeks ago with our organics facilities plan, we're looking at rolling that out in our refuse fund. We are also coming to you next week to present the options for potentially contracting out residential street sweeping services. We are completing the capping of our landfill, which will provide for the future Bixby Park improvements. And we'll be talking to you next week about collection and disposal of residential solid waste in relation to the pilot that we did this year, where we looked at different ways of collecting and eliminating potentially a black garbage can. We're not proposing that, but we are going to be looking at incorporating residential food scraps collection into our process. We don't propose a refuse rate increase this fiscal year, but we will be talking to you over the next year about a new rate structure for potential implementation in fiscal year 2016. That's primarily due to changes in service levels, in particular needing to come up with better ways to cover the cost of our recycling, or the blue cart, and our yard trimmings in the green cart. Moving on to the storm drainage fund, we will be continuing to work on the 7 storm drain capital projects that were outlined in the 2005 fee ballot measure. And a reminder to you that that ballot measure expires or sunsets in 2017. So one of the CIPs we're proposing this year is to update our storm drain master plan and bring that back to you if there's an interest in extending that fee or not. More to come on that front. In 2015 capital program for the storm drain, as I just mentioned, we are proposing a master plan update. We are also moving farther into our Matadero Creek pump station, which is one of the last remaining capital projects in the storm drain fund, as well as continuing to fund our annual storm drain system improvements program. In our wastewater treatment fund, we've begun, or will in 2015 begin implementation of our biosolids facilities plan. And as you recall, that is a piece of our organics facilities plan focused on the sewage sludge at the treatment plant. We'll be exploring expanding our polystyrene ordinance to include food service ware, coolers, and other items in our wastewater treatment fund. That's primarily managed by our watershed protection group in our environmental services division. For the capital program for the wastewater treatment fund, we will have about $2.5 million of plant equipment replacements. Those are ongoing replacements that keep the plant running. We will begin design of our biosolids facility, and specifically that is our sludge dewatering and off-haul facility that's in the organics facilities plant. We'll also be doing a facilities condition assessment and retrofit. This is another ongoing effort that we do at the plant on a regular basis. Our airport fund. As you're aware right now, our airport fund is working on a loan from the general fund until we can achieve takeover from the county and start capturing the revenues ourselves from the fixed-based operators, our tenants out at the airport, and other airport revenues. Significant budget proposals is an additional loan to the general fund to continue to fund our efforts to take over the airport, provide for salaries for our airport manager, and we are also proposing this year to add a management analyst to the airport staff to allow us to work on contracts with contract services for airport operations, as well as working on the budgeting and the future leases with the fixed-bait operators at the airport. We do have one capital project proposed for this year at the airport once we take it over, and that is to replace the trailer that's out there, the modular, which is used as the terminal facility. That we've done an assessment of that. It is basically it would cost more to repair that existing modular than it would be to bring in a new one. So that's in our capital proposal. In our vehicle fund, we are implementing the recommendations of the fleet operational study that was done last year. We brought in a firm that specialized in fleet operations, and they made several recommendations to improve our fleet operations. We're also bringing to you in our capital program a replacement program for older vehicles with newer, more efficient equipment. Specifically, we are proposing to reclassify a couple of our existing fleet mechanics into equipment mechanic leads, so we can expand the hours of operation at the fleet operation. Currently, the hours of operation are from roughly 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, which is not efficient with our customers, basically our heavy equipment, police and fire and utilities folks. So what we will be doing is splitting it into 2 shifts and be in operation from roughly 6 in the morning till about 7 at night. And other recommendations from that study were to eliminate mobile service technicians and transmission repairs and outsource some of that work. So that'll make our operation more efficient. We're also in the staffing plan based on the study, separating the operation into the floor operations, which would be called in the industry wrench turners, from the technical side, where we actually provide software for fuel management, for parts inventory, those kinds of things. So we're proposing to reclassify a fleet coordinator into a project manager that would manage the technical side of the house and the fleet operation. The significant project costs in the capital program is we're proposing $3.8 million in vehicles replacements, and that can be found in the capital budget. I can point the page out for that. And then we have about $100,000 in the capital budget for emergency repairs when things break. When a patrol vehicle gets in a wreck or a fire truck is damaged for some reason, we have a fund to quickly get it replaced or get the repair done. One thing I did skip over, like to go back to a slide in our, where is the thing on our fleet? Oh, right here on slide 5 in the general fund, I skipped over. We had originally proposed to bring on a facilities manager position. But after giving that some more thought and talking with budget about it and realizing the benefits that we got from the fleet operational study, we are now proposing to do a facilities operational study instead to look at the overall program and that operation and see what the best, whether we have the right staffing mix, whether we should be making some adjustments there, and whether or not a facilities manager position would be needed. So I did want to point out that change, and it's in your At Places memo. And sorry for skipping over that. So with that, that's my presentation, and open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. So let's take this fund by fund. What's that? I was going to do it one by one unless there's a desire to do it all at once. And if we, let's keep going with the way we've been doing it. So we'll take them one by one, and I'm going to stop at Storm Drain Fund because we have a member from the public who would like to speak to that item. So let's start with the Public Works operating budget, pages 285 to 289. Do any colleagues have any questions?
And then for the general fund, which is page 290 to 299.
So let's do all those at once.
That's correct.
Perfect. Okay.
So the general fund change that you put forth here, the $75,000 allocation for the operation study?
Yes.
Question about that. So appreciate the change, and also a question is how would this work, and it really is a question, how would this work with, say, for instance, the city auditor's office? Is there like a cooperation or cooperative effort you could do to try to look at how to best analyze what's needed there to be most efficient?
Well, that's a very good question, Councilmember Holman. Actually, the fleet operational study came out of the audit of the fleet operations, and they recommended that we bring on a third-party firm that has expertise in fleet operations to do that study. So we are essentially following that same path, and we'll bring on a third-party expert that is familiar with facilities operations and do a similar study.
And so would there be coordination with the auditor's office in following that same path or that same avenue for maintenance and rehab areas?
We're certainly open to providing the information to the auditor's office, but as I said previously, it was the auditor's office that recommended that we do an independent operational study of a similar operation, and we're going to essentially be doing the same thing.
Okay. I guess the question is, and I don't mean to bore in on this. I guess when I'm thinking about just how things that I do, it's like things can look the same, and you're very familiar with the operations, of course, but things can look the same, but when you get into them, they're different. So I'm just wondering if the auditor might provide any fine points of refinement to even utilizing the same access. So it's really is a question. It's not
yeah, I'm open to that. So certainly have that conversation with Harriet if when we get the RFP going, can have her take a look at the scope of work, for example, and work with the auditor's office. I have no problem with that.
Can't hurt, I guess.
Liz?
Because I don't want to muddle this all up, but talking about the vehicle fleet, do you mind if I jump ahead to that for a minute?
You just muddled.
Do what?
I said, you just muddled. Isn't that, we'll get to that.
It is, but it's under vehicles at the same time, so I'm not sure how.
So we've got that on our agenda for item F, if that's okay with you, Madam Vice Mayor.
That is fine.
Thank you. The little order I try to bring to these proceedings. Pat, did you have any questions?
Nope.
So I had just one slight comment because it just clicked for me and I realized what it actually says. But for a lot of the goals under status, it says this is a new measure for the fiscal year 2015 budget, so there is no adopted goal. And that initially confused me, and I still think is a little confusing. We might want to say, so there's no adopted goal for fiscal year 2014, because we're about to adopt a goal for fiscal year 2015.
Comment taken.
Yeah. But other than that, I think that was
You just earned your keep.
the only questions I had. So let's move on to the refuse fund operating budget, page 300 to 308.
And Chairman Byrd, do you prefer to take each item as a separate motion or the entire department?
Does it work to take the entire department? Is that all right with
However
you
your
guys?
preference.
What's that?
However it is your preference.
We'll wrap it all up in one
sounds
nice
great.
little bow at the end. So thank you, Walter. So page 300 to 308. Any colleague comments, questions?
Nope.
Nope. Pat?
Nope.
So I had one small one again. On page 308, the net refuse fund increased expenditures is $17,892. At the end of the text, it says ongoing $41,279, which matches back to item number 3, the temporary street sweeping staffing adjustment. So I wonder if that was just a small typo.
That is a slight typo, please, and we'll fix that. Thank
No
you.
big deal. Thank you, guys. So getting to the storm drain fund, and I'd like to take a quick break to invite Mr. Richard Whaley to come and speak to this item, who I believe Mr. Whaley is a current and founding member of our storm drain oversight committee, if memory serves me correctly.
A founding member, yes. I've been on it too long.
Not at all.
9 years.
We won't let you go.
Yes, we have submitted a memo to the council from the committee, and we have reviewed what the staff has done and the budget they proposed, and it's in accordance with a ballot measure. The one difference, of course, is the storm drainage fund was the storm drain master plan. And the reason for the master plan is to find additional projects that may be needed after 2017. But other than that, we're going ahead with the Matadero pump station and the other items innovative in storm drain replacement and the storm drain engineer. Right. Is there any questions?
I think we're about to find out. Thank you very much, Mr. Whaley. Do you have any other comments you'd like to make before we take on the questions and comments?
The committee has met with the staff. The staff has done a very good job. They've been very open to us, and we're in a much better shape now than we were 5 years ago because the costs have come down, and we've got money to finish all our projects. 5 years ago, we didn't think we'd ever get to the Matadero pump station.
Mark, could I ask, it's Mr. Whaley, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed.
And how long have you served on this?
9 years.
Yes. We really appreciate your service. I always hear such good things about you.
Thank you.
So few people are as committed to storm drains as you are.
Yes, well, and you have to sit here for almost 4 hours
I was going to say thank you for that
Once
as
a
well.
year.
I hesitated to bring that up.
Next time, email me your phone number. I'll call you ahead of time, 15 minutes before we get to it.
Thanks for
Okay.
your patience.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Colleagues, you guys have any additional questions or comments? Yeah, that's right. I've got faith with Mr. Whaley in charge.
5 years ago, we thought we were up the creek without a paddle.
There we-
And now we have a paddle.
Yeah, I don't think I had any questions either. Karen? Nope. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to wastewater, page 317 to 324. It is indeed. It is indeed. Any questions? Pat, you have any? So I've got one more nitpicky comment on the bottom of 323. I think it's ongoing savings in the parentheses at the end of section 2.
That is correct.
So the little things that jump out at me is
That's
totally
just
random.
Amazing. Well, maybe hire you as a proof for next year.
Well, that's what being trained as a corporate lawyer will do to you. That too. It had nothing to do with that, but no other questions, comments? Nope. So moving on to the airport fund. Go for it.
It is an odd situation to have managed this for 12 years at the county and now see it coming to us here. I recall in 2006, I think, indicating we were glad to turn it over to the city of Palo Alto. So about 10 years later. But I just want to hear that you really do, and you think that this can at least break even or perhaps even be profitable? Just want to get it on record.
Yeah, let me introduce our airport manager, Andy Swanson, and he's been working with our budget office on the financial analysis. I believe he has a 2-3 year plan, Andy, to reach, to get us into the black once we take it over.
So
Andy?
one of the reasons I'm asking is the way that the county keeps 3 airports going is because you can have one that's losing while another one isn't and so forth. But it was complicated, so I'm very interested in your comments.
Thank you. Andy Swanson, Public Works Airport Manager. And putting together the budget for the airport and being able to manage the airport and bring it up to today's standards, dealing with a lot of deferred maintenance, it was very complicated to come up with a plan, working with Walter and his staff and Lalo to be able to identify the need to take care of the infrastructure to bring it up to the conditions that we would like to see at the airport, but also be able to plan for the future of the airport at the same time. So we prepared this with a conservative approach, looking at the revenues that are brought in currently by the county, and prepared this to that. If that answers your question of how we came up with that.
Answers it well enough. I think this is a time will tell kind of operation. And as I remember, this pretty much has the kind of support and in this community is very important for a whole variety of other reasons. So I don't think it's anything that we can ever think about closing to begin with, but it will take careful implementation to make this work.
Councilmember Niss, I just might maybe an executive summary view on this. I mean, the risk I think is threefold. One is we have this deferred maintenance issue. Number two, we've always acknowledged that once Palo Alto takes it over, we will probably have more demands from folks to do things and feel compelled to be more responsive than the county felt. And lastly, you know, the FBO leases that we have obviously expire in 2017 or so. And there's always the potential to renegotiate those for more favorable terms and more value to the city. But if we have to wait till 2017 or 2018, then that's part of the reason for the delay also.
I wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
Airports are an interesting aspect of management for a governing body.
Yeah, just a follow-up question there. And Jim, it really follows up on your comment. We have these leases with the two fixed-based operators, and we've previously looked at what we believe is the old locked-in lease rate versus what we think is present market rate for those leases. And just in kind of a range, approximately how much more per year in revenue do we think we may be able to negotiate when those leases come up for renewal?
To give you an exact range,
range isn't exact, so that's why I said range rather than exact number.
The next step will be doing a full evaluation on the conditions of the buildings, and we did the pavement when we first started, so to give you that even range would be very tough right now to know what the potential would be, whether, you know, it's replacement of some of the facilities, and that's all going to be developed once that'll be our next step, so I can't give you
well, we had a range a few years ago, and maybe it needs to be refined, but it was discussed a few years ago. We used that for purposes of anticipating whether this was going to be a break-even, a money maker, or a money loser. So if we're saying that we know less now than we did then, that's a little disconcerting. Now, sometimes you can know more information and make yourself more guarded about putting down a number. But what I would say is I would like, actually, we can wait if it's not ready tonight, but I would like to have the range of what we think we may be able to have an additional revenue at the wrap-up budget meeting. So that can be moderately conservative, not out of the ballpark conservative, but something that gives us a sense of from a very low end of this to a moderately high, not the upper end of even what you're considering, because I think you'll probably want to hold that in your hip pocket. But I think we need, for our budgetary purposes going forward, and to make sure that we're comfortable with this critical decision, we need to have a sense of that.
Councilmember Burt, I think, sorry to jump in here, you're correct. We did a business plan. They had some dollar figures, so let us bring that back to you, because I think that we can do by wrap-up. I'm not sure beyond that where we can do, because wrap-up is Thursday.
And I fully suspect that those numbers we may want to scrub them a little bit before putting them back out. So I'm not assuming that you would take those 2-year-old numbers and say necessarily they're still the current range, but they certainly would be a reference point. And then I'm okay with something that is moderately conservative, but once again, when I cut that slack on moderately conservative, we don't want to do a low ball that's outside of the reasonable range.
I think, to be fair to everybody, the best thing to do is to caveat those numbers that they were whatever date those numbers are, and then I think for a later day we can try to look at scrubbing those numbers, because I would really hate to scrub numbers in one day, to be fair to everybody. Okay. But I think we can definitely provide you the numbers that we made public back when, as you're recollecting correctly.
Okay, and now there was one other alternative, which I'm not necessarily advocating, which is to renegotiate those leases in advance of their terminations. And that fixed base operators, including the existing ones, may offer us something that we would view as favorable, and we get the cash flows much sooner than waiting until the termination. Now, that idea came forward a couple years ago, and so the time from now until their termination has shrunk, and maybe that makes it even less likely that we would choose to do that. But I just didn't want to remove that from considerations. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And that takes us to our final item, Vice Mayor Niss's favorite, the Vehicle Replacement Fund. Your mic's off.
You know, I know a study was done on this, but one of my questions would be, because I don't know that I see anything other than Crown Vics that are used by the police. Am I right?
That was the standard previously. They've now converted, and we've purchased, I believe, Chevy Malibus? Caprice.
But sort of the same animal.
It's kind of the same animal, yes.
Yeah.
Though
So
the alternatives
they all look the same. So what are the chances of ever going? I realize we can't chase bad guys with, you know, without
I was
some big,
advocating
powerful car.
Priuses, but
Pardon? But because not everyone chases the bad guys every day, could something that was more of a hybrid ever be used that would send a good message to the public, as well as I think make most sense operationally?
For police duty,
You're giving me the fish eye
I
on
would
this
I
one,
would need to defer to the police department on that. They're the ones that actually do the studies. I can say in their behalf that the police patrol vehicles that are out on the market these days are primarily SUV type vehicles. You see the highway patrol, for example, buying Ford Explorers now and that kind of vehicle. So the Chevy Caprice is probably it is more fuel efficient than those vehicles. As far as incorporating
So
other...
can I stop you there? What is the mileage on the Caprice?
I don't know. Paul, do you have any idea on that, or Terry?
I don't know exactly, but it's not very. It's 12, 15 miles per
Yeah, yeah, at best.
Yeah.
Probably about 8.
Yeah. Now, I can tell you we are actively pursuing in our fleet compressed natural gas vehicles for our transport fleet, for example, pool cars and pickup trucks and that kind of thing. We also use, we will be exploring bringing on electric vehicles into our fleet for some of the types of purposes that you're talking about. But as I say, for the police department duty and for the fire department duty, we typically defer to those departments for recommendations on the kind of vehicles that they need for their responsibility.
So if you could send us some stats at some point before we get done with this, you know, the Finance Committee studying the budget this year, regarding how many are in each of those fleets, both fire and police. And I'm going to guess all the vehicles at the moment are all either the old Crown Vic or the new Caprice. Would I be right?
Well, I'm sorry, what was your question again, Councilmember Ness?
I just want to know number of vehicles.
Oh, number of the old ones versus new ones?
No?
Or just total?
Just total.
Okay, we can get you that.
And I'm going to presume they're all the large cars.
In the police department, I'm not sure of that. Paul, can you clarify a little bit on the police department fleet?
Good evening. I'm Paul Darnell, a management specialist, currently hired to be the interim fleet manager. The police patrol cars is approximately a third of their total vehicles. So there's a lot of staff cars, undercover cars. So the Crown Vics or the Chevy Caprices that we're talking about are, I think total are maybe 20 cars, patrol cars, and then the rest of the police fleet are all sorts of support vehicles.
And so can those all sorts of support vehicles be a more fuel-efficient car, or are you saying some of them are?
Some of them are, and as Mike said, we will continue to look into wherever we can continue either to use CNG.
So just
or
for
electric.
a benchmark, before we get done with this for this period of time, could you let us know what the other kinds of vehicles are that are being used?
Yes.
Because if there are just 20, I'm sure the department must have 40 or 50 vehicles, I'm guessing.
I can't throw out a number off the top of my
Right.
head.
So my then request is that you do give us those figures.
Yeah, we can bring that back to you on Thursday night at wrap-up if you'd like.
Okay, thanks.
In a moment, my comments will hitch on to Vice Mayor Nissa's. But on the general fund, the page 333, under staffing, it says equipment maintenance service per. Can you help me know what that means? I don't know what a per is.
You're on page 333?
Yes, I am.
Person.
Oh.
Oh, person, yeah, it got cut off.
Ah, okay. Okay. And Public Works takes care of the maintenance for all of the city vehicles?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Public Works takes care of maintenance for all the city vehicles?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right. And then to go to the questions about vehicles, on in the CIP, page 340 and 342, now I know not all vehicles are not created equally, and all police vehicles are not created equally, to go to Vice Mayor Nissa's comments too. But when I look at, what the funding is, it's a $2.3 million, and it's 32 vehicles. That's $72,000 a vehicle. Now that's an average, okay? But it'd be nice to kind of have a better understanding of what the expenditures are, kind of in terms of like type of vehicle. And if you look at 342, it's page 342. It's basically $3.8 million for 49 vehicles, and it's $77,000 per vehicle. Now, some of those are fire apparatus, but there's some pickup trucks and vans and who knows what kind of police vehicles, and so it seems like we might be overspending for some cars. And the Councilman Nissa's like, do we need Chevy Caprices as opposed to Chevy Leaf for some of these?
There's a thought.
So it's just having a better understanding of what the expenses are for what kinds of vehicles. And again, not per vehicle, but by category of vehicle. Because that's $77,000 for vehicles.
And what message we're sending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so let's be careful
Both
because about
environmentally and
this
economically.
77,000 figure. Is that an average? Is that what it is?
It's an average.
Yeah.
Yeah, we purchased a ladder truck for the fire department this year, for example, that was almost $1 million just for one vehicle.
Yeah.
I do understand.
So there is quite a range depending on.
I just want to clarify. So, lest anybody think that all the vehicles we're buying are $78,000. Why don't we just? I know we'll get a category though. We can just provide the committee a supplemental list. Okay, so you can get the range of the kind of vehicles.
Yes. No, I hoped I was clear that it's like, all vehicles aren't created equally, but just to kind of have some kind of categorical summary of what the vehicles are costing.
Yeah, we could, get something together.
I don't think there are any ladder trucks in either one of these. I didn't notice it anyway, but.
Dump trucks.
Dump trucks.
So anyway. Yeah.
Councilmember Holman, just so the public listening also understands the process, there's a two-step process. One, you approve the budget, And second, you approve the actual acquisition of the vehicle. So there's that's a two-step review process for the council, so the members that are watching understand that.
And then you get when the contract, it actually identifies and lists every vehicle that would be being purchased individually.
Yes, and thank you for that, but we are setting the budget with this, so, we might be able to, anyway, you get the point. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I will move approval of the Public Works Department operating budget, the General Fund operating budget, the Refuse Fund operating budget, the Storm Drain Fund operating and capital budgets, the Wastewater Treatment Fund operating and capital budgets, the Airport Fund operating and capital budgets, and the Vehicle Replacement Fund operating and capital budgets with the changes made in the staff memo somewhere.
It's item F, Public Works Facility Manager, page 2, item 5A.
With the Public Works Facilities Manager, agenda item 5A, changes in the staff at places memo and the Storm Drainage Fund Oversight Committee. Is that something I have to include? No, never mind.
That is just
That's
information
heads
item
up.
for the
Got
committee.
it. That's what I get for not trusting Walter. And a tentative approval of all of those budgets with council member comments.
I have something that I sent to city manager earlier today, and he said he would get it back by Thursday night. We have talked about adding 17 staff, and I asked if we could have a breakdown of that. And
can we?
Oh, you're not ready for that?
Can we vote on the motion first?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. I thought I had said yes.
So was
Yes.
that Councilmember Holman seconding? Any other comments? All in favor? Aye. Yes. Any opposed? No. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
How could I have missed the vote?
And Councilmember Burt had to leave the meeting. Councilmember Niss, or Vice Mayor Niss, I believe you might have a comment to make.
Shall I just pick up in the middle? So my comment is about the 17 new personnel that may or may not be hired. And could we have some more information on that? Jim said he would get it to us by Thursday night. And I asked him if he would tie that in with taking the $2 million out of reserves, both of which sound like we are moving forward with a great deal of speed. So I wanted some more explanations. Yes. And I think I've heard that from other members of the group as well.
Yep. We'll be prepared to do that. I think we can do a couple of things. We can provide you a lot of detail on the positions, a number of which are contract. Many of them really don't have a general fund impact. And then secondly, I think Walter and his team will be able to update you on the pluses and minuses and the revenue situation that we have that I think definitely will have an influence on my earlier recommendation related to reserves, the need to use reserves. So I think you'll find that we're going in the direction you would like us to. We're going in the right direction when we get back with you on Thursday on this.
Great. Go for it.
I have a question too, because I, out of necessity, had to miss last week's meeting. Do you want me to meet with you, Lalo, to make my comments and get up to speed on that? Or do you want me to wait until, because those are tentative approvals, do you want me to wait till it comes back and then make my comments there? Or what's the best way to be transparent and also efficient?
Sure. I think if you have substantive comments, and I'll leave that to your interpretation, we're definitely open to meeting with you, and we could also make available the Director of Planning and the Director of Development Center, since they were the two items that were we covered. Oh, and the library.
And CSD.
CSD and the library, sorry. So we can definitely do that. We can take your questions and be the distribution point to the department heads as well. Either way that you like, we're available.
Great, thank you very much.
And with that, unless you guys have any final comments.
And just a quick thank you for the hard copy of the work plan.
Quick thank you for the hard copy of the work plan. Did we need to talk at all about the next meeting, or
Thursday at 6? Same bat channel?
where else would I be? Thank you, guys. Meeting adjourned.
Take tomorrow night off. Maybe not.
Good looking at.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. When you talk about that, $77,000 per vehicle, and the reason they can reiterate it isn't they understood what you were saying. It's their response. Just so you understand where they're.
Okay.
City plans to spend an average of $77,000 per vehicle. That's all they'd say.